Right, that must have been probably the most ridiculous thing I've done before Script Dream ever, is put the minnow up and make it dance.
I
How
don't
was
know.
my
It
sound?
triggered my inner child. I liked it.
You liked it? That's good.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what to do for this. Like this is very serious.
I
They
have
keep
very weird humor anyway, so craziest stuff makes me laugh.
Oh,
Hi, everybody.
let me know if I'm choppy. I'm feeling kind of choppy right now, so let me know if it's like a problem where it's like unwatchable or something like that.
Sounds fine to me. How's it sound out there, guys, in the live chat?
Mm, I forgot to share my own stream. Let me do that real quick. I'm really good. We are professionals here.
It
Oh my
doesn't sound
goodness.
choppy. I think during the music it was chopped a little bit.
Yeah, it was really rough right in there when I was playing the music, but
Well,
what are
the
you gonna do?
minnow probably just freaked out.
The minnow was like having seizures on camera. Oh no.
Not our new friend Minnow, but the minnow in the tutu.
Yeah, the dancing minnow part. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
So this stream is for folks that feel like that maybe they can't have a voice and they're getting ban hammered by Cheshire. And so we wanted to make sure that there's a space for people to have commentary while, you know, uh, where they can feel free to express themselves.
Yeah, without weirdos in the moderator role over there.
Right, because right now they're just banning people and calling them racist or homophobic. What did the Cheshire say to me? Cheshire said something about like she threw
Uh,
shade like I was homophobic, which was just the most
oh,
humorous thing ever. Like I was
what
like,
a
okay, good job. Sally dog, can you please not yell while we're doing this? Thank you. So
oof.
Sally's yelling at Raffle because she wants the ball.
Yeah,
Um so I shared it to my Twitters here.
yeah, I did too.
Yeah, yeah.
What time is it? I don't know. It's late. It's like almost 11 here.
Right. So
Uh,
live in the background is going to be the real time, so it's going to be really confusing because I have her video in the background of my
mm-hmm.
thing, so it just moved. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
so on my graphic you're going to see it like flip back and forth, but actually we're going to be just a tad behind, so it
Okay.
happens. So she's rocking and rolling some music and stuff.
Oh, she is.
Mhm. Mhm. I try to keep my spanners limited because only because like I find that mystery people suddenly get bans, like people like that decide that they don't like other people or whatever. So I try to keep the spanners low.
Looks like
The
no spanners here, though. That's good. No spanners.
Yeah, I probably want to put out a couple just because every so often somebody psychopath comes in and there's like
Mm-hmm.
TOS nonsense going on. So we'll go ahead and put a couple spanners out here. Strawberry is somebody that has a spanner on my other channel, so I'm going to give her a spanner on this channel. And Amarose also spanner.
Everybody
And
should get a spanner. Everybody that's there right now. Nana,
yeah, how about this? Let's
everyone.
get let's get real serious. We're just gonna give spanners out to everybody. Rizla's got a spanner. Fiona's got a spanner. We're getting spanners everywhere. You're gonna get all wrenches to the face right now. Um, there we go. So let's spanner it up. There we go.
Don't give
Hits
me one
you.
though. No, don't. No.
No, too late. You got a
Oh,
spanner.
oh,
Everybody
I
gets a
wanted to be
spanner.
different.
Yeah, yep. Please don't ban anybody because the whole point was that people are getting banned from Cheshire's chat and Steve's chat and they can't comment, which is really fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Try Mikey gets a spanner.
How about Tyler? Does he get one?
Tyler should have gotten a spanner. There you go. Yeah, he's got a spanner. All right. Spanner, spanner, spanner. Anybody else need a spanner? Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can fight the Borg.
Fight the Borg. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Apparently, it's a community discussion. Oh, joy.
What community? All 5
The,
communities they are thrown out
the,
of?
the Chestapo community. I don't know what to call it. I'm just making up like possible name choices. Goblin, Cabal. I don't know. Like,
Ah.
is there a new preference for what kind of community they are? I don't know.
The troll
All right.
community. They're a bunch of trolls, so all of them.
Yep. All right. All right. All right. We're going to go ahead and share nonsense here. So I'm going to stop my share screen and we're going to add new share screen. Whoop. Share screen. Boom.
I'm hoping that this is a lively discussion, but who else do we have here?
Hi everybody. This is Aurea Unicornis, or that's Latin for golden unicorn. I was the one who did the live stream with Steve.
Or fabled horse
About
with
Savage,
appendage on
hoping that
head.
there won't be a birth of a McCrazy, but then we realized it was too late.
Too late.
And here we are today, as a community talking about this whole fiasco. And you can find me on Twitter. I'm not that active on Twitter anymore, but if you're in Cheshire's Discord, you can find me there. Yeah, that's me. I'm just here.
I think in order to get in
enjoying
Chesh's
supporting my
Discord,
friends,
you
and,
have to
yeah, sometimes being mad lad. Cheers.
Patreon.
Patreon. Okay. Give
My
her money.
name is Kotoro Shinoto, and sometimes on Steam I go by actual trash.
Actual trash.
Facebook acquaintances with Steve. Haven't attended many of these, but I've started getting more involved recently.
Welcome.
Welcome.
I'm Al. I'm just here to talk, share my thoughts.
Hi, I'm Jack of Hearts. I've been, you've probably seen me on Cheshire Stream in the past.
Is this a weird AA meeting?
like
I don't know what's happening. It's a little awkward.
Don't try to get too much involved in the drama, but I've just been part of the community for 4-ish years now. Back when, non-soap was in its heyday. And so, yeah, I might have some opinions on who might have been able to be reached out to as a topic, one of the topics of discussion. So, yeah, and I'm going to be playing a game because I also speedrun.
I've been playing Diablo 2 and State of Decay 2. Just to update that, it's up on stream and Discord, but I don't think you guys can see it live.
No, I'm using OBS virtual camera to stream. I'm also streaming to Twitch.
Do we know Kelly, by the way?
Did we get everybody? Did I hear Nikki
No.
and did I hear Paul go?
Hi everyone.
Nope.
You.
I got nothing probably meaningful to add to this outside of Peter's.
Oh, Nikki, you're really quiet.
Yeah, you need to come a lot closer or something.
How about now if I just speak up a little bit more?
Perfect.
Or is it
That's a lot better.
That's way
okay?
better.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with my mic. I'm just being quiet because
What will VIO
This is the
please?
slowest interruptions ever. Take control of your stream, Cheshire, and introduce people. Move them forward. They don't know how to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm
Host.
Paul, Renegade Gaming. I'm just sitting and chilling.
Vaughn's girlfriend?
So, has everybody who's in here sort of been a little bit like TLDR caught up on what's been going on?
Sort of, kind of.
I mean, a lot of us watched your stream last night, so we know what's going on.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah, pretty much. That is kind of pretty much what it is, right? If
I
you
know.
are,
It's just it just feels like every single day another person comes out the woodworks to start
Another
shit for no
dollar of
reason.
crap.
That's too bad for
See,
them.
I'll say, yeah, like everybody said, same shit, different person. I'm just tired of a new wannabe YouTuber coming around the corner every day and deciding to,
I'm tired of people that buy their friends with money and super chats.
I
Yeah.
have discovered Steve McRae and their past, and giving no regard to any victims that they might re-victimize in this process. They have started doing the research that many people in the past.
Can we talk about that? This whole re-victimizing victims thing real quick? So that's
Yeah,
a
because-
reference to bringing up... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, because they're the ones that did the victimizing. And so, like, this is complete Darvo. That's all. I just wanted Darvo alert.
Yeah, so Darvo is what narcissists do, right? They... I'm really bad at acronyms. I know it's like redirect and...
I don't know.
I don't know. I can't
Do
remember.
you want me to look it up? I can look it up.
It doesn't matter. I remember seeing the graphic and understanding it, but yeah, they're reversing. They're going reverse card, and they're going to be victimizing victims. But then, mind you, this is while Steve is actually even on Twitter saying who wants to be my cult member leader for a sex cult, and Roadhog is on the list. And he's buddying up with Roadhog, who thinks it's really awesome and fun to have happy, fun reading time about somebody's assault. And they're whining about re-victimizing victims. Oh, please. What liars.
DARVO is an acronym for deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender.
Yep.
So.
Must have done it again and again. I'm just sick of it now. I'm just so sick of it. And because, surprise, surprise, because I'm a victim myself and I care about other victims.
Oh, so am I. So is everybody.
So, like, tired of it.
Oh, shut up.
And if like we are and Steve and I and everybody in this community try to cater to the victims. We want to service the victims. We don't want any disservice to happen to them. But in that process, Steve and anyone associated with him gets demonized so much because these new assholes who come in want to be some sort of self-righteous. They want to stand on some self-righteous, pedestal and claim that they are fighting for the victims when you're not actually. You don't have their permission to fight for them. So shut up.
No, I'm not going to shut up,
That
Maya.
rant was brought to you by
You can't make me.
She wants us to shut up. Like, okay. She thinks that she's the arbiter of what people can talk about because she happens to have a victim card, which, oh, by the way, a few other people do too.
The TLDR, I'll give a quick TLDR just so people who haven't watched yesterday's stream or the stream with Steve and Manya, because Golden Unicorn was actually there, so it'll be fun to get a little bit of like how she was feeling and what she thought about her experience with talking with Minnow. But the TLDR is this person named Savage Minnow who kind of said they didn't know anything about what was going on and then turn around to say that, oh, well, no, actually I've been around for a really long time. I'm not new. Who then, decided that, yeah, no, they didn't read court documents, but then that they did read court documents and yada, yada, yada. Basically went on this whole thing where they did this deep dive into the non sequitur show. They got basic facts on the case that are in the dockets wrong. They
Dockets.
downplayed. I would call it
What
downplaying
are
Kyle and
dockets?
his involvement in what he did, or outright ignoring it, while upplaying and overplaying anything that Steve has done, including making basically her video about Steve being about like Earl David Warden, which was kind of weird considering it had nothing to do with a non sequitur show whatsoever. They skipped Boole in almost entirely, and then like got
Okay.
Huh?
So she's upset that Earl David Warden was expressed, but that's kind of like how he lost a lot of his support after the non sequitur, like after it broke up. Like it actually is connected in some ways.
I guess that's
they
someone else's fault.
wrong about Katie Joy, which I thought was interesting. It's like, what an interesting thing to get wrong. Their comment section, surprise, surprise, is full of the McCrazy's video, like the Gordian out of McCrazy people.
By the way, McCrazy was coined by Heretic, not Cheshire. Cheshire steals pretty much anything. Like she's not very creative.
But yeah, I think that's about it, right? That's pretty much what happened. So Steve tried to reach out to them to have a conversation and have like an amicable here where I can correct who got wrong. What? Oh, hey, look, the account calls Boole's ghost is here. Goodbye.
Oof,
yeah,
that's brutal.
These are the people that are supporting Minnow, right?
There's no reason to attack people that have passed away, folks. Don't need to make brutal accounts like that.
Shocking. The Steve tried to reach out, Manya and Minnow. The three of them were on stream. They had a pretty amicable conversation, I guess. I noticed a lot of things kind of that were surprising, or not, I shouldn't say surprising, a lot of things that red flags here and there about the way Minnow was behaving and what Minnow was saying. And then they recanted and were amicable during the stream. And then when the stream was over,
they were really upset that Minnow was saying things that were not attached to their narrative. So they were like, no, we need to straighten you out.
Oh my God. This is a crime against humanity here. Wow. On the internet.
And fish. Yep.
They turned right around and started bitching and lying about what had happened, and their shit they went off on Twitter. And that's basically the video that I had already. That's the TLDR. It's a surprise of absolutely fucking nobody, right?
Well, that's actually a very charitable TLDR, and but this is can I say the TLDR of what I believe happened for anyone who
I believe.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, this is what my belief is until told otherwise. And but while I do this, can we have chat name these three individuals that you have here? After you get
done absolutely them? Yeah, if you guys want to name my duplicants, you guys can name the duplicants for sure. Yeah.
Duplicants.
Okay. So chat, get the naming these creatures while I tell you guys what I believe happened. And I would love for anybody in here who can refute what I'm saying. Please refute away, because I have kind of a dark take now.
Of course you do.
When I entered this with heaps of charity, and I've got none left.
With arms wide open.
Did you get any charity in return?
Maybe it was Matt.
Because Ophelia, or Savage Minnow, was telling and saying in her tweets and in her video that basically people who were supporting Steve were telling her to go fuck herself anytime she asked any questions about what was going on, and how dare she ask these questions, and like saying how dare you ask these questions publicly, and telling her to go fuck herself publicly, and then in private telling her what an awful person she was for even asking about it. So, by the way, if anybody needs to know, sorry, I'm just going to jump in real quick because I forgot to mention this earlier. If you are a member or a Patreon, you can come into this chat.
Money!
The link to the Discord
Give the money.
Is in the community tab. So if you are a new member, links in the community tab right now. You should have access, and you will be more than welcome to be in here. I'm in the wrong room, though. I should be in the streaming room, and I'm not, but, whatever.
Or you could come over here for free and you can talk to us.
I have a belief about that, but that'll be coming up in how I believe things went. She says that she had some kind of connection to Jimmy. I'm not sure what her connection to Jimmy exactly was, but I know that Jimmy and Steve had a not a very friendly.
That she was a Patreon of Jimmy's.
know they didn't have a very friendly relationship.
Manya keeps
so
track
I'm
of who
guessing
gives to
that
who, obviously.
wherever
She's
the
upset that
people
we
who
do,
have
but
hate
she
boners
does.
for Steve, wherever that funnel is of where she got those McCrazies is happened between Jimmy and her. Like that's where she got them from.
That's all Jimmy's
And one
fault,
day,
in his theory.
somebody came up to her and said, "Hey, why don't you talk about Steve? Because God forbid we get Steve out of our mouths for like 5 seconds and watch a stream where somebody's not talking about Steve." And so she's like, "I don't know who this is." So they quote unquote fill her in. Now, like you were saying, she said that she tried to talk to people and they kept telling her "fuck you" and whatever. That's what they told her we would do. We know she never contacted anybody. That's what they told her we would do. She never researched anything. She only got the gist of what she.
So he's doing a lot of conjecture, and this is like a massive like conspiracy theory. Like,
Yeah.
she didn't reach out to anybody.
I have
Part
no
of it,
idea who Minnow is. I still don't really. So, but
right?
whatever. Yeah.
What's
But this is
funny is
interesting.
Manya said that we were the ones that talked to her, like me, you, Fiona, and I'm like, I didn't
Of
know who
course.
Minnow was till like the weekend. Like, I have no idea.
I know who she is, like on YouTube, but I've never talked to her or anything. At least I don't think I have, unless like she was on a different account or something. But I don't think so. And Helios's comment's funny.
Right. Remember,
We'll
this
get
is all what he believes to happen. Remember, it's not a knowledge claim. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Would have gotten through them. Everything that she got was through a filter of these McCrazies.
If anyone has seen my interaction with Savage Minnow so far, either on Twitter or on the live stream that we were in, and even when she was on, I was never rude to her. Never ever. And I am in a Discord server at the moment, and I'm still not rude to her.
Oh wow, that's
so
amazing.
I don't know where she got this idea from. Like,
it's just
and
so
Mr.
amazing.
Serious
You
is
weren't
right. Maybe
rude
that
to someone. Oh my goodness.
You know,
I wasn't
can-
rude. That's amazing. Yay.
You can
You know?
be nefarious and creepy and weird and still not be rude. So you can do it with a smile on your face, Manya. Like, you are screenshotting Minnow's Twitter and putting it all over, or sorry, she's screenshotting Minnow's Discord and putting it all over Twitter, being like, these are the people that are in there. You know, and she's taking things out of context. She's already clipped Tyler Durden saying one thing and completely skewed it to another, and now is running around saying he's actually racist, which is like totally like not the case.
Yep.
Like, yeah, you can be
know.
nice, but you're not actually
It's fun.
nice.
I know, like she's just sharing. She's the sacrificial lamb to come into a scary Discord server with a woman who is just basically doing whatever she wants on her YouTube channel.
Right.
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, she's tired of these big YouTubers and stuff like that, and she's just sort of sorting out her own experience. That's what I know of her so far. Yeah, I have no idea who Savage Minnow is, or Savage Minnow? Yeah, Savage. She's a savage. She seems like an honest, nice person. I don't know. We'll see.
So Titan says, here's what I believe it happened. A carny and a very silly girl got together, and she had babies and never stopped drinking, and they are all Steve's friends now. Wow. That's a crazy theory.
That's a word I haven't heard in ages.
Yeah, I know. You were literally asking people not to make the type of racist comment she was mad at, but apparently that makes you racist. So right now they like banned him on site. Like Tyler's like, hey, and they're like, we don't want racists here, banned. Like, what? Okay. What's that charity that you guys talk about so much?
That's what happened. She was told how she would be treated, and she just took it and just ran with it. Like, that's how. But
well,
still,
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? She's like, these people are gonna treat you like ass. She treats us all like shit, and we're like, hey, what the fuck? And she's like, see, you treated me like ass.
Aha!
preconceived ideas.
But still, I would say, Mr. Sears, that's still a big jump from someone telling you that's how you will be treated, and then claiming it that's how you were treated. That's a big difference. For
One
me.
of the things that I
And
asked
then-
I asked the chat while I was live when I was watching her video and seeing her making these claims, I was like, okay, well, who among you have received a message or spoken to Minnow about these questions? Who did she ask? And so, and as well as like, who was?
I
Maybe
have
she
my.
just watched videos and shit. I don't know.
She watched videos, but I have a feeling I know who she asked, and she asked people that were not on the forefront. She was asking people that are lurkers.
Sort of on the back and sitting around doing their own thing,
That's what I
running
think.
fundraisers that actually go to help people, having their own little community, and they're just seeing all this nonsense going on around them, and that's who she was probably talking to. That's my best guess.
Yeah, my best guess is she's not going for the big talking heads.
No.
Duh.
Was telling her to go fuck herself. But I also even went a step further to say who has even spoken to this person or
Also, let me put it this way too. Like, it is not in a McCrae cultist's interest to out themselves as speaking to the enemy. An unapproved speaking to the enemy and maybe giving information is not
Yeah.
okay.
Sinister Minnow, she linked my video on the Warden rape apologetics thing. That's it. She just linked it because it's something she found. I didn't give it to her. And they got all suspicious on Twitter. They were like, oh, look at this. Oh, she's... And they just got so up in arms. I don't know what is wrong with these people. I think they need to get out more.
Well, yeah, there's that. Definitely, there's that.
All of them. I think they all sit around and just like in their bubble too much.
Oh, Mothra got deleted for $1.99. I don't know what Mothra said, but he
interacted
got
with this
deleted.
person in any way, shape, or form before all this had gone out. And the response I got back was not a single person.
Well, I wouldn't want to tell you.
I've never heard of this person before they went on to Steve's channel and they had that discussion. Literally never heard of them.
Well, this is why I say that she makes these claims, and that's because she got called out.
Oh,
she keeps saying that. Do your own research. Do your own research. Da 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 da. She can't come out and then say that she never actually went and did any research. That she just went by hearsay, even though she says, "I don't go by hearsay. I don't go by hearsay," and then come out and say, "Oh, all I did was go by hearsay." She has to specifically say that's not.
She didn't say everything that she found was hearsay. She said there were funny stories that were told that she could tell were hearsay. This is very uncharitable.
Yeah. Let's be as awful as we can to this innocent person who's just making videos. I mean, where did they even hear about her? How did they even find her? They must have been stalking Nate's feed on Twitter or something.
It was
Because
probably
that's how
Nate
I found
tweeting.
her.
Yeah, it was Nate tweeting it out.
Otherwise, I never would have heard of her.
Yeah.
So, look at them getting all animated about this. This is, by the way, this is all on Steve's behalf. They're just super defensive of Steve. This is the defense Steve at all costs tribe right here. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's fascinating, really, because I mean, she's a tiny creator, and she's covered many other things, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she does most Jimmy Snow stuff, really. That's what she's processing, and
Amberlyn, yeah.
Yeah. So whatever.
Not what I did. She can't, be out herself as a hypocrite. She has to 100% say that that's not what she did.
Here comes the whataboutery train.
That's not what she did.
Mr.
So
Sirius
that's why
sounds
she
like
said that of course she went to people.
Is that Mr. Sirius?
Mm-hmm.
Even though she didn't.
Well, then she's like, well, I'm not going to out my sources.
Poor
And
Mr.
the thing
Sirius.
is like, nobody's asking you to out your sources. The question about sources is not who was your source. We all know who your source was. You told us who your source was. Right, it was the information.
She did?
It was the information that she got that outed the source. It couldn't have been a sideliner or anything like that. Like she's assuming it's like the typical like exiled. It was you all along. I saw everything was exiled, or it was Unirock, or it was me or it was Fiona. They love to attack Fiona. Oh my god, do they love to attack Fiona? Like every Nate the lawyer, I knew it. Like they're going through like usual suspects. It couldn't be possibly somebody else in the community that thinks you guys are fucked up. Nah, couldn't be.
No.
Nah, you guys are morons.
People were asking about, but now you're accusing people in our community, you guys who have treated this person like shit, right? So who is it? Because they weren't a source; they were somebody who didn't actually give you anything. So Helios for 5 said, "I'm betting that any harassment I'm betting any harassment she received was from sock accounts pretending to be sent by Steve. This is actually something they have done before."
What?
That is possible.
Actually,
sock accounts that are
Evidence,
pretending to be
please.
Steve.
Can we have some evidence of this nonsense that Helios is spouting?
About
just a shred, one little shred. That'd be great.
This is about as believable as when Ilya said that everybody from TST was sending, like somebody from
Death
TST was
threats.
sending death threats. Like, that's not
Yeah.
how TSTers work. Like,
I know. I still have the streams are still up where Ilya Moon is telling her story about getting the death threats.
I remember
And
messaging
Mr.
Ilya.
Sirius was right there with her the whole time.
Mr.
So-
Sirius, man, what is it with you and weird damsels in distress that also are fraudsters?
Yeah. Good.
Oh,
Well
man.
said. What are they talking about now?
Actually, I'm secretly hoping that they have a Mr. Serious sock account because, like, that I think that would be hilarious.
I can't be bothered. Yeah. Who can be bothered to making sock accounts, let alone a Mr. Serious sock account? Seriously?
You guys are not important enough for one.
Just play Dungeons and Dragons and leave us alone.
I don't want anyone pretending to be me.
I mean, yeah, I can't even.
I don't want anyone pretending to be me. Nobody wants to be you, Manya.
Off the top of my head, I can't even number how many there have been.
Yeah. There's actually someone right now who's pretending to have my previous handle name, and it's disgusting. I don't want that at all.
What was her previous handle
and
name?
They've done that on YouTube, also pretending to be me, just so that they can have a power trip in their live stream and their live chat.
Who's pretending to be her?
I hate it when
I've
people
not
do that.
seen this.
And even though if they were sock accounts, then Minnow doesn't have to worry about anything. She just can say, "Oh, these are sock accounts. I was misled." But she's doubling down on it, by the sounds of it. So it's time she brought those people forward who treated
Who
like
gives
shit,
a fuck
who
about
treated
Mr.
her like
Serious?
shit.
Exactly, Strawberry.
And,
Exactly.
You're
and
not
I
the
take an
arbiter
issue
of
with that
anybody.
because I
doing-
never treated her like shit. I was I was kind to her. I was nice to her. Yes, I might
So
have
what?
put my
She had cookies.
I mean, like, so what? You were kind to her. You were nice to her. She doesn't owe you shit, Manya. She doesn't owe you anything. Sit down. Good grief.
I was nice to her.
I was nice to her. I was nice to her. I was nice to her. I never was rude to her. She's time for her to like do what I say she needs to do. I'm sorry, that's not very nice or polite, or it's actually kind of creepy. So there you go. That's how Manya treats Sinister Minnow.
That's it. I need to do a Steve skit where I'm Steve in the closet. I have a beard. I have a wizard beard. I think it'll work.
Oh, no.
my foot down. I might have been very straightforward. That's what I am on some topics. That's
being
what I
stern
do.
is not being an asshole. Yeah, those are different things.
You know what's funny is that considering that Steve literally did nothing to her in his DMs, but apparently some people in her DMs have been rude, she's okay with sharing the DMs of someone who wasn't rude to her, but who she felt ghosted by, but not sharing the negative DMs of people treating her like crap. That's funny.
Oh my goodness. That is
And
absurd.
also, if I
How
may add to
dare
that,
she?
so she's very, very careful.
She did gaslight very politely. Exactly, Fiona. There was some massive gaslighting going on. It was really funny.
She wants to very, very desperately protect her source, quote unquote. But she's very happy to
That's because her source is probably a good person.
Her
and
fucking source is none of your business, Manya. None of your business. Zero. Who cares? I don't even care who her source is.
sprinkle Steve's DMs around on internet.
And it was
She
me,
doesn't care to protect
obviously.
Steve for some reason, but she will protect her sources. Why the double standard? I still don't get it. And then there's another double standard where she will not talk about Kyle's past.
What a battery!
Cheshire also said it on a live stream.
What a
I'll repeat it.
battery!
She doesn't want to talk about Kyle's past with drug abuse. But you don't have to talk about Kyle's past. He's a felon. We know that. You don't have to say that why he's a felon. But he's a felon. At least acknowledge that. But she didn't even acknowledge that.
But
plus, and then
actually, why someone's a felon matters a lot to me. I don't know about you. Like XL does
it's
why
not our business why he's a felon, Manya. But Manya's a little doxer, so of course she wants to know everything about people's pasts, don't you, Manya?
Well, for me it matters, right? So like to me, like a felon for drug use is like meh.
Who gives a crap? Yeah.
You know, like, but if you say, "Oh, I'm a felon for," assault or something, then I'm gonna like, that matters.
Oh,
to me. So,
that's perfectly fine. Like that's like Steve was just having him on his channel. Like Steve is entitled to sit down with a convicted rapist. It's just she's talking about us both sides of her face all the time, Anya.
Yeah, she doesn't make any sense.
So boring. God. Hey, Crude. Hey, Frank.
Frank's in the house, folks. Frank is another one that they do not like, by the way. Be sure to subscribe, the Geek Room, but also there's Crude as Fuck's channel, and he's building it up slowly but surely. So give him a like and a sub if you can. He's awesome.
He's a Leo, though.
But I can answer that. I know exactly why why she went down that road.
Let me finish the thought. So she didn't bring up Kyle's felonious past, and she did not bring up. I don't even think she brought up Kyle's current fraud, that the documents he frauded and the perjury that he committed. None of that.
Yes, she did.
Plus,
I thought she talked about that. Am I
she
not
knows
remembering
Kyle's a shithead. She knows it. She's like said as much. It's just like, oh God, these guys. It's just never enough for them. Yeah.
I think the difference is people aren't really holding up Kyle. It's like, oh, well, he's an honorable guy. He's a good guy. Like, and they want so badly for people to hold him up, and it's just not happening.
Oh, they're just so proud of themselves for bullying him off the internet. So, anyway.
Not even mention the domestic violence.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
No, I was done. I am. Don't you worry.
Plus, she did not even mention that his boyfriend attested against him in the court, right?
Because
and that
it's none of our business.
We're supposed to out We're supposed to out the victim. Like, are we supposed to be chatting about that? Like, she wants the victim to be outed and not like the actual situation, like this happened, and just kind of leave it at that. But like, we have to talk about who the victim is and stuff. Is that really what you want? Like, that's weird.
It is weird.
Considering she was just saying about like, oh, like if you time you talk about EDW, you're re-victimizing victims, and then she's like, but you didn't even talk about the boyfriend that got slapped. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Make up your mind.
I'm sure he's perfectly capable of speaking for himself. Yeah. If he wanted to. So, anyway.
Who had given testimony against him in the court. None of that. But for some reason, she picks up a topic that Steve covered 3, 4, 5 years ago and goes on rampage with that thing without even knowing the context.
It's a
I'm astounded by the double standard. And if
rampaging minnow.
She felt that Steve ghosted. That is very immature and very childish.
We are grown.
And I might dare say not very bright of her. I don't have any sympathy for people who cannot control their emotions like that. And then don't want to.
What the fuck? What is she talking about?
I want more Manya all the time. Please, Manya, keep talking.
She can't control her emotions. Is Manya off her rocker? What is she talking about? Oh my God.
So funny coming from Manya, because we all know that Manya is incredibly emotional.
God, Manya, she's just doing videos she's it's her world. She's been around these people. She's processing shit, sitting there on her channel, not hurting anybody. She's not doing anything to you. God.
I second that. Rampaging Minnow needs to be a secondary
Good
channel.
grief. Honestly, what does it take? They did this to Sinister Porpoise too. It's like, oh
Mhm.
my God.
They're like, she's really horrible. Ah! Yep.
She had
Yep.
like 5 people watching, like, okay, let's get worked into a tizzy over it. Like, it makes no sense.
This is exactly the kind of thing we were looking for.
It's not like they're reading your police report from when you were sexually assaulted, Manya. Yeah, it's nothing like that. She's just trying to
Yeah.
figure out what's going on.
And,
Yeah.
and she mentions that because you have to understand that there's a man named Roadhog who Steve has utilized and has buddied up with, who hates Katie Joy, who has read that like it's story time, like it's and then they have the nerve to talk about re-victimizing victims when they are buddied up with that thing.
I don't hear Minnow saying she's pissed about anything. Like, she's
No.
just processing what she's seeing in her community and
Yeah.
going around it, excuse me, in, these idiot YouTubers that she's been fans of for so long. And she's like, shoot, I've been such an idiot. Let's look into them. That type of thing. That's what I'm seeing.
Right.
But anyway.
Road Karen,
To
yep.
take responsibility when people hold them responsible for it. I'm over it.
I'm over it.
I was very nice to her in the live stream,
Mm.
and I give Steve pushback on where the misunderstanding could have been, around his daughter and the perpetuity thing, and that issue was resolved, and I was the mediator in that. And
good
she
Lord.
then went on, and then
Was it resolved though? Basically, what you're saying is nobody's allowed to say in perpetuity and talk about that situation, because if you talk about when Steve says I get the channel's proceeds in perpetuity, if you talk about that, Steve now has it set up and you are echoing it and Chesh is echoing it. They have it set up where if you talk about that thing that he said, then you're attacking his daughter. I'm sorry, that's not fair. That doesn't make much sense.
That was one of the first things that I heard as a person who's never watched a non sequitur ever.
Mm-hmm.
Coming into this, the first thing I heard Steve doing was talking about how his daughter was losing all of this money and that the income was supposed to be his in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm.
And people were laughing at him about that. It was like, it's a YouTube business. What?
Right. Right. And
then
then
I heard Ruhif was backing him on a lawsuit.
Mhm.
And a couple of us were talking and we were like, wow, why don't they just run a fundraiser for Steve's daughter and just get the money and put that aside for her if she lost all this money due to Kyle?
Mhm.
Yeah. And some people who don't even like Steve were like, yeah, that's what should happen. That is actually what should be doing right now, not suing someone who they're never going to collect on. That doesn't help the daughter. So he's the one that brought up the daughter and got people saying, oh my God, yeah. But let's do a fundraiser for Steven, for Steve's daughter. But they didn't do that. They decided to bully someone
Mhm.
off the internet instead and make 2 years worth of streaming about him. Yeah.
Victims in perpetuity.
Yeah.
and she doubled down on it that Steve was trying to twist her words. That's not what was happening. She admitted in the live stream that it was a misunderstanding. Why cannot it just be a misunderstanding? I'm so over these people. These
people.
Because you'd rather bully somebody than help the daughter.
Bursting in on our scene in the community, pretending that
Busting in on your scene in the community? Oh dear, we could talk about that. Like, wow. Oh, Manya.
They want to do research and they want to cover up the NSS case and then re-victimizing people in that process and not even thinking about that. I'm so over it. I'm sorry.
It's just a group of victims.
Okay.
No, it's understandable. It's so frustrating, this whole situation.
I can
There's
imagine.
Like a degree of
Sorry, go ahead.
there's a degree of absurdity that comes along with it, right? Like, and then like, how dare you treat me like I'm not being neutral? Why don't you just believe me? And it's like, what believe you about what? Right? Steve took you at face value and gave you the benefit of the doubt, and most of the people in the community and the people who were having conversations with you and the people who were in the live chat gave you the benefit of the doubt, and you shit on them for it and said that they treated you like shit, and said they said stuff in the live chat that when we talked about it, when we looked at it, didn't see that. So
Yeah, like who the fuck told you that? Oh, you know who you went up to. I want the facts on non sequitur. Who told you to go fuck yourself?
I can
Who
think of a few
actually
people
said
that
that?
say things like that on
Who are
regular.
these people?
Because that's the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard. Well,
Oh, the
Like-
Aussie?
in
Well,
the past month.
Well, they're all
Actually,
Patreons of
here's the
her.
more prudent
for one.
question:
Oh.
Who told you that anybody here would say that to you? Because that's a more realistic question to ask.
Have you met Red Rhetoric?
No,
I do feel
over
like
it.
it might
I'm not going to
have
give
been
her
a bit of
charity anymore. I'm not going to give charity anymore to her. She needs to come forward and tell, because that's a serious accusation to make against us.
I'm not willing to give charity anymore. I'm not willing to present an argument as it's stated. I'm not willing to do that. I'm willing to make up beliefs that actually aren't true. That's what I'm willing to do.
She didn't say it was any of you guys. I didn't even think she said that. There could be tons of people that this woman could have asked about the non sequitur case who would have told her, get the freak out of my business, get out of here. I don't want to talk about anything having to do with this Steve McRae and Kyle Curtis. Lose me. Yeah. Go
Right.
away. That doesn't have to be any of you guys.
That's
Yeah?
true.
It could have
There's-
been anybody. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that flee the scene.
Mhm.
And part of that is they don't want to be part of the brutal tactics that they see.
Just because none of you guys are aware of that type of mentality that's out there right now doesn't mean it's not happening. So I tend to believe her that people were telling her that. Get away from me. I don't want anything to do with it. Don't mention me. I don't want to be in your DMs about it. I don't know who you are, so don't talk to me. That's a perfectly rational way to handle somebody who's DMing you about this shit.
Right.
Because it's a lawsuit. And Steve has shown himself to be very litigious, for one thing. Yeah. So nobody wants to talk about him. They want to draw him with a $1 million backer,
Well, and some
to
people's
get some sort of
channels,
lawsuit or something.
they have more vulnerable people on those channels, and they want to protect them as well. So yeah.
Exactly. Yep. I didn't
Mhm.
even think of that. I
Yeah.
didn't even think of that. I just don't want anything to do with it. They don't want any association with it, even in
Mhm.
private. Even in
That
private.
is someone amongst us told her to fuck off, and did not give.
Well,
and,
she
and
also said
told-
it was multiple people. She said it wasn't just one.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
be fair,
And
if I'm having a bad day, I've told people to fuck off on PMs before, but this
Yeah.
person has never.
Exactly.
Oh, you
She
don't
never
believe
approached me
her.
either.
You
So
don't
I-
believe
That's
her.
not what she said. She said
Well, no, you don't believe her because she's
I
got
believe
the
her.
different narrative. Of course not, right?
Yeah. When I heard her saying that, I actually thought, yep, that's definitely plausible. But I didn't think it would be any of you guys sitting here in Discord,
Yeah.
broadcasting. I didn't
I-
think it would be any of you.
I happen to know a few people that are afraid of those folks that actually still are sort of tied to them.
Yes, me too.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. This is not plausible. It's actually very plausible, but they're dumb and have no
And I would
self-awareness.
never tell anybody who they are because they've asked me not to. So that's why I believe it. It's just,
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So none of them none of them have the perspective to be able to understand how toxic they are, to people.
said that publicly she was told to go fuck herself, and privately they went into DMs to tell her what a bad person she was.
Who did that? Where?
Who did
I want
that?
to see the. Yeah, I'm over it. I'm so over this that we.
New
we
Twitter
don't
You keep
Yes.
saying that.
We are so accommodating. We're always very kind. We are accommodating. We're kind. We give charity, and this is how we get treated every time.
It just
Kind and accommodating and give charity, and this is how we're treated every time.
Yeah. Let's dox Crafty Keela on Twitter.
Yeah, that was kind and charitable of you
That's
to
so
do that to
sweet.
Crafty. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh, that's great. Well, nice of you, Manya. Good
You guys
job.
are you're a stellar group of fuckers right now. Real stellar.
Mm,
Hmm.
so nice.
I don't know.
it's entitled. Okay, this is
Entitlement to
all
the-
I could think. She's crying on stream. She's
They were really upset
She
that she
wasn't
cried on.
crying.
She
She
kind of
just
did at
lost
the
it a
beginning.
little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an emotion. Let's jump all over her for having an emotion. Yeah, like nobody else ever has. Yeah,
Yeah, it's weird that they're bothered by that so much.
yeah.
Acting like she's a victim. She's getting basic information and research done wrong from these sources. She's Katie Joy. She's acting like Katie Joy.
She's not Katie Joy. You're Katie Joy. Cheese whiz. Yeah,
Also,
you're like
Manya
a more
gave 20.
paranoid version of Katie.
Manya gave $20. That's $140 in 2 days. We're just racking up a bill there, Manya. I'm glad that you work really hard for your money and give it away like this. It's fascinating. Meanwhile, by the way, some of these folks that you guys sit by actually have disabilities, are on a limited income.
Yeah.
Some people are really struggling, but let's give to the grifters.
This is somebody in the comments saying this, and it's a good point. Steve choked up and teared up over Jimmy Snow and some of the shit that he's been up to that I have no idea about. But like both Steve and Minnow got emotional about some stuff Jimmy Snow is involved in. So like, give me a break. Yeah, I'm not gonna jump all over Steve for getting emotional. Yeah. But yeah, Steve teared up too, right there on camera, live streaming it.
Yeah.
And yet, if you get emotional about something they did to someone or that they supported, like Earl David Warden, then you're wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't see anything on the other side. These people are incapable of understanding anything from the side of the fence that I'm sitting on. It's just so weird.
And
Exactly.
there's this additional bit of like entitlement, like a hefty dose of you're not entitled to anybody giving you any time, and yet if nobody gives you time, you start making
Yeah.
accusations and fill in the blanks with whatever the fuck you want because you felt slighted.
Make up your mind, Chess. Do you want her to ask or do you not want her to ask?
She's gross. Oh my,
Oh my
God.
You felt like you were a ghost, which by the way was also something that you said you were going to correct on your channel.
Yeah,
and
she
didn't.
when
She
she
was
was gross,
grossed.
she realized that and was like, "Oh, I guess I felt ghosted."
See, Chesh,
Roasted.
I think I felt ghosted by you before. Okay,
I gotta step away from the computer. It's all you. I'm letting it go.
and
I
I was
can't
very
control.
offended. Like, you know that time, like where you took like 6 months off Discord and shit, and took ages to reply. I felt so offended by that, and I don't know how. I can never forgive you that.
Oh, and
Oh
let
my
me
God.
let me make perfectly clear that Minnow, if you're listening, writing on the bottom that somebody wanted me to write that that so and so wasn't my friend isn't a retraction. A retraction is I got a fact wrong. Sorry, so and so isn't so and so's friend. Writing
Yeah, and trying
that
to
is a
couch it.
retraction.
I can't
Trying to
control
couch
the
it in other inaccuracies is not a good
stream.
look. Yeah, Steve wasn't friends with him,
Not
but
a
he
good
did
look.
call him honorable once, though.
When you write it that somebody else wanted me to write this, that makes you look like a weaselly lying little piece of shit. Just letting you know that's what it makes you look like. What you're supposed to write to make you look like an honest person is sorry, with to being a little apologetic for being wrong and lying about people, and then writing the correction. That's how you're supposed to do it if you're an honest person. But I mean, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth and try to.
You don't want to
like
make
you're honest.
accusations about her, right?
Yeah, you don't want to say like that she's acting like Katie Joy while saying she doesn't want to act like Katie Joy.
Also, it's like we are following her standard. If, according to her, apologies have to be worded a certain way she wants them to be worded, or else she's not going to respect someone like she did with Steve in the EDW case, then we can expect a certain type of retraction from her. So we are following her own standards here.
Yeah, there is something that should be kept in mind, that there's a really big difference between like what we would expect to see from somebody in our community and what she's expecting other people to just agree to. Like, when did any of us agree to her standard that we ought to be held by it, right? I don't even care if somebody decided to tell her to go fuck herself in DMs, because you know what? With so what? So somebody didn't want to talk to you, so everybody's a shitty person because somebody told you to fuck off to answering your question? How dare
She's
they?
just relating what happened. She's
Well,
not
I mean,
pretending
technically,
to be a
her
victim or
standard of a
anything.
retraction is to delete it.
Right.
So that was her standard. According to her standard, that video should not exist. Our standard is that just a retraction should be there below the video, and that was not a retraction. That was just like a weasel out of it.
Feline was kind enough to go and check and do a Twitter search with Savage Minnow to see if anybody told Savage Minnow to go fuck themselves. So they searched Savage Minnow's Twitter to see anybody saying to Savage Minnow the word fuck. And the only one is Tyler saying, in your notes, can you please address who on Steve's side was telling you to, quote, fuck off? And then the other one is me saying, you don't recognize your own snark? Was that an accident? You may want to objectively watch your own stream. And this was they searched the word yourself.
I'm back.
And learn how to control yourself. And then also again, for the word off was Tyler's again saying fuck off in quotes. So nobody publicly has said that unless it's been deleted.
You guys are just such
Unless the tweets
sleuths.
were deleted.
Thank goodness.
The tweets were deleted.
Did you stop it? You're muted.
I stopped it. I'm back. Are they dumb?
Yeah, they are. You should just skip ahead to the live, I think. See
Okay.
what they're talking about now.
You've lost your integrity, you've lost your credibility, you've lost your accountability. No, people can't trust you because you haven't verified any of the information you were putting out, which is why it was wrong.
I was gonna tweet something. I was going to tweet something real mean in regarding that, but I decided not to.
Oh,
but
something.
yeah, I'll
Tweet
double
it.
down on that.
Real
hard
mean.
if Minnow's listening.
Tweeties.
You have a lot to do to rebuild your integrity, and you really need to start. And you can start by not listening to the douchebags in your chat and actually do some research and put out some videos that are for real and on your own and not biased. And
you need to put out videos that are sanctioned by us to get your integrity back.
It's nobody in your ear. And you know what? My DMs are open if you want somebody to listen to and to get some information from.
He's
And you know what?
unbiased.
She'll probably go to, I think that's Mr. Serious,
Mhm.
and talk to him. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
this is just the way I've seen how she behaves. She probably would go to him, no problem. And then she'll listen to what he says, yeah, and she'll listen to what other people say, and come to her own conclusion. I don't even know why she's doing this, to be honest. I think it's pointless. It's over. The Earl David Warden stuff is over.
Yep.
They want to keep bringing it up. Nobody else.
But holy crap. Yeah. Holy crap.
People who are just genuinely misinformed don't behave the way she is behaving. People who genuinely care about getting the truth out and facts and what's accurate and verifying things don't behave the way she's behaving.
Cheshire really is actually intentionally driving a wedge so that she has no way to get close to her group. There's something about Minnow that particularly Chess wants away from her group. It's like she's a threat to her.
Yep. That's obvious. And, you don't have to be an expert on human behavior to see that.
Mm-hmm.
About when she's saying that there's so many different sides when people are saying, hey, we get harassed by the people that you're supporting regularly. She's like, oh, well, there's more than two sides. But then when she's like, oh, I'm really overwhelmed in my Discord because you all are all overwhelming me in my Discord. And it's like, who is doing that? I only know one person who went into your Discord that I know. The rest are people that are
So by the way, she's completely conflating on purpose. So the people that joined her Discord just recently, or literally just recently joined.
Yeah, I just joined yesterday after Manya joined.
There's actual proof. Yeah, that we joined later. Yep. I can even show that actually real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna just bring it up real quick.
Of it. I put a screenshot of it in my private Discord message with you.
Yeah.
When I joined, anyway. I joined right after Manya. Strangely enough.
Let me bring it up 1 second here.
Now there's a whole bunch of people in there.
Oh yeah, it's like a whole crew. Let's see. I think
none of them will join though because they're little babies outside of their bubble. Mr. Sirius wouldn't come in and talk to people the way he talks to them in public.
Right.
Yeah. Where they're banned and can't reply.
I'm just looking at the log real quick. I'm trying to find the right screenshot that shows like the join list most clearly. Let me see here. There's that join list. Let's see.
The gatekeepers of integrity.
Right?
Oh my God.
Excuse me. Is this the best one? No.
We smear people. We have so much integrity. We're smear merchants.
Right? We're the bestest.
And doxers.
I'm just trying to decide which screenshot to put up. I'm going to just pick this one, but there's other ones too. We kind of knew that they would do this. So they're basically, they do what they do, which is they say, oh, you've been in here all along. It clearly is you. And we kind of knew that they would do this technique here. So let's share it.
I know. And yeah. And the funny thing is Manya knows better.
Does she know better though?
Yeah, it's right there in general, in the general channel. She can see when she joined, and she could see when I joined, and everyone else. There's not a lot of activity in there prior to this.
One second. I don't like how the tab's showing up, so I might not end up sharing it. Anyway, I can share it another time. We can share it to Discord, or not Discord.
Matter.
Yeah.
Even if we've been in there for ages, filling Minnow's head with lies, it wouldn't matter.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not what happened.
I just don't want to share my whole Discord, so we'll just leave it.
Yeah.
Hopefully the sound's clicked.
To leaving racist comments in her YouTube channel, she doesn't care. When it comes to the action, who cares?
There were no racist comments.
So it matches what she was saying.
The comment is still there, and now all my charity is out of the window for her. Why? Because
I think there's a joke about either India or a call center or something, and it was put on her channel, and then it was also put on by a sock on my channel too, kind of similar. And I said, "This is your one strike." I said, I don't want to talk about, there's no need to bring it to this level, right? But Manya is forever just now going, like, oh, you made a call center joke, or oh, and she just can't let it go. She can't let it go. And so because it exists somewhere in the chat comments, she's just flipping out. So
yeah, and even now if she says, oh, I've got a concussion, I was on a break, I take notes, my charity, even for all that, is out of the window now.
Well, it's because your concussion, because she's picking and choosing when her concussion actually applies.
Right. Exactly.
So now Jess is deciding what actually affects this person and what actually doesn't. That's great.
It's the same thing that Science First was doing, where the whole group of people, Fiona, Science First, Exiled, Spackle, all the people that are feeding her information, they only care, they pick and choose which victims to listen to, right?
I haven't done any such thing.
Double standards. That's what it is all about. Double standards. It's the same. Like Minnow is like, oh yeah, I'm going to protect my source, but fuck Steve's DMs. I will sprinkle them all over the internet.
Well, that's
like,
what you
so
guys
Steve does
do.
not deserve your protection.
Do
Oh,
you guys
because he's not
remember
behaving
2
a
years
certain way
ago
that you
when
wish him to be.
Red's Rhetoric was sharing my private messages with him with like thousands of people on his
Oh, I
live
remember that.
stream? I
Reg
was
would
like, holy shit, there's so many people watching. There's so many people in the live chat, and he's sharing they're like pouring over my private messages with Reds, which there was really nothing in them, but like as if they were some kind of interest or something. Like you did this to Scientist Mel. You do this with people all the time. I don't know why you're so shocked when someone does it to you or one of your friends. It's just so bizarre.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
It's just strange, right? Like that they're like, but at the same time, like the things that they do. Manya holds whoever her latest target is responsible for a random comment. This is true. If you make a random horrible comment, like whoever
It'll be
you
blamed
are,
on me. Yeah.
yeah, it'll go to exiled. And this is like literally exiled sock, or it's
Yeah.
Agrippa's, right? Exiled or Agrippa. Sometimes it's Agrippa too. Like they were kicking somebody out that I knew, I could just tell from the writing, like that's not Agrippa, just because of how they speak. And they're like, that was good, Agrippa, and they kicked him, and I'm like, no, you guys are really dumb. like, like that is definitely not Agrippa. But yeah,
They
so
don't
funny.
even listen to victims. They don't listen to victims. Intrigued feline.
Like that, Steve also now gets re-victimized again and again when we talk about these motherfuckers, when we address these motherfuckers. From next time, if any other this random YouTuber comes in, oh, I'm looking into the NSS show, I will just tell Steve, just go tell them to go and look at the court documents and just shut up. Don't talk to these wannabes again, ever. It's way past that now. I'm sorry, I just can't. I just can't make a joke of this anymore. It's too serious now.
I think the fact
Oh,
that
sorry,
somebody
I didn't mean to trigger you so hard, Manya. I was only joking.
Stop being emotional, Manya.
I mean,
Gosh.
if I mean, I was thinking that what if she wanted to come in here? Like, what if she appeared in the chat and wanted to come in here? And I was thinking about what I would ask, and I had a question involving her little mini series there, and it was what line of reasoning led her to make a series about the non sequitur show, and had her add Warden in there. Like, tell me the line of reasoning. Go from non sequitur and lead me to Warden. Go.
So is this another thing to where it's going to be Steve's a man, so he's bad too? Because there's a lot of women that are bashing him too, by the way.
Hold on a second.
Muted. I'm muted. Have you noticed that? He said a lot of women are bashing Steve. Is it going to be that all men are bad? Did you see that? Doesn't that sound like a incel or a men's right activist? Like, I told you she surrounds herself with those kind of guys. I told you.
I don't know. I don't think that matters. I think that they're just like they're over extrapolating. All Steve needed to do was say, you're right, I didn't have all of the information about this person. He's a piece of garbage. We don't support him in any way, shape, or form, that sort of thing. That's all.
I responded to you on the side chat there, Exiled.
Yeah, I don't have the join. I don't have it. I don't know how to get it.
Oh, I'm silly. Okay, let me see here. 1 second. I can make this happen. One moment here. All right. You can copy and paste this. Whoop.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're wonderful. All right. Oh, look, there's a Savage of the Minnow. Hey, what's up? We're just kind of watching them pontificate about who said what to who and what people's motives are and the kind of people those people are and these people are and all this stuff.
She's on mobile. She's on a mobile.
Got
No worries, sweetie. No worries. They're talking about you a lot. You apparently have sinister motivations and
yeah,
evil alliances and that sort of thing.
right. I have to tell you, I didn't know who Minnow was till this weekend.
Same.
And then I just had to catch up, like go back and go, she stepped in this. And if she comes up with a conclusion that they don't like, it's going to be an attack fest. And
Yeah,
that's why I went,
some people like to cover community issues. Yeah.
Right.
And that's what she seems to be covering. So, I mean,
Right.
like, this fits right in. That's
Right.
the only way I make sense of somebody. I don't project my motivations onto her. It seems like that's one thing, that's plausible. Some people do like covering community issues and problems and drama, and maybe that's what she's doing. Right?
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, I mean, there's other videos besides this, right? There's Amber
Somebody might
Lynn
have
and
asked
other
her to look
stuff.
into it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Playing catch up here. Whoop.
Yep.
Yeah.
He abused Ben. He stalked Ben, and he tried to intimidate Ben.
Oh, I guess they're talking about Ben
None
and
of that
Kyle.
talk. That's related to NSS. That's related to Kyle.
Manya, get on the pot or off the pot. First, you're saying don't re-victimize victims by bringing up Earl David Warden, and now you're complaining that people aren't getting the nitty-gritty details of what Kyle may or may not have done to both Ben and the new boyfriend. Really? Like, pick one or the other, okay? Like, when we spoke of EDW, we were talking about EDW. Names are redacted. But you want to talk about actual people and get in the nitty gritty of it and like be like, this is the thing. Okay, we'll pick one.
Kyle's not even here anymore. He's hardly even here. Yeah. So
Right.
anyway.
Right. Hey Fiona, welcome aboard.
Evening.
Hey Fiona.
I jumped in here just now because I noticed that my name got brought up.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't given Savage Minnow any information contrary to what they are claiming.
Except 2 videos.
I dropped the link to 2 YouTube videos.
Yeah.
That was it, because I had seen somebody had tweeted out a link to her stream, and I watched the stream.
Yeah.
Realised she was trying to find videos. I joined her Discord. I dropped links to 2 videos. And then I made a statement saying that I wasn't going to be giving my opinion on any of this. And I would answer questions or provide links if somebody was asking for them. That was it. Because I felt Minnow needed to look at the evidence, which was clips, etc., and come to her own conclusions without my opinion. So I have not spoken to Minnow in that Discord since I joined it, basically. I just sat there quietly doing nothing.
Well, there she said it. Like, this is, yeah, we do know that, Fiona.
But here's the reason that I did that. It's because I knew that if Minnow ended up digging into this topic, the cry would go up, this is Fiona who's done this. Fiona's been feeding her information. So I made that statement in the general part of the discussion the day that I joined the Discord. And then I said nothing after that.
Yeah,
because I knew this would happen.
Well, here she is. Savage Minnow's explaining her motivation right here. I just had people ask me if I knew anything about the NSS, and I was like, well, I was there, but I don't know if I remember correctly because I saw it through Jimmy colored glasses, and so I wanted to have a look. That's how she got onto the Steve McRae. Yeah.
And I didn't jump in and give her any information on the EDW part of it, other than dropping 2 video links, and that was it.
Yeah.
So that she could understand the genesis of that.
I can't even imagine how she's able to sort it all out, really.
Well,
I mean,
it's
there's
a lot.
There's a whole bunch of stuff going on, and people talking now and like holding hours and hours long streams about this one person who's just doing her own thing on her own channel. Yeah.
And there's a lot of
And Twitch.
squirrels, right? Like, so not
Yeah.
only like the fact that somehow the condom story got back to her and it got so fucked up down the telephone line.
Right.
Like that tells me that a lot of people are just like, and this is funny, and then they're just throwing things out. But I was like, yeah, that's not how that happened exactly. But you know, like it, you know, like it's a lot of information to sort.
And now
You
she
know,
has like a bunch of like these trolls like talking about her on Cheshire's live stream and like, you know, like her motivations. She's not acting right. She doesn't act like a person who's doing this out of
Mhm.
whatever. I mean, like she doesn't actually need any reason to do it. She's just talking about things on her own channel. Yeah, and doing her own live streams because she's a streamer. She's on Twitch. Yeah, she's probably a gamer too. You know, so these people are just they're just really they're getting themselves into a real tizzy over it, and I can't believe we're even giving them any attention. But what else?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Maybe at the end, if you link me that strawberry, like send me I might play that at the end just to like really be
Oh, that's
goofy.
hilarious.
Because apparently Cheshire's never heard this story. So Fiona gave me info that I could use publicly, and I appreciate that. But it was after I already had pretty good idea before we met online. So this is like before or after the video. Like I said, like they're assuming your sources are us three and Nate, pretty
Oh
much.
yeah, you wouldn't
Yeah.
believe how many people actually are like mortified the way Steve was handling the Earl David Warden stuff. They were, and they were just like, "Oh my god." And trying to pretend like it wasn't happening and everything. So, I mean, like, it's not just us. We're just, you know, some of the people who've talked about it online. You're the one that created they're the ones who created this big thing, big celebratory, you know, we destroyed their argument about Earl David Warden and all this stuff. Like, they're the ones that keep going on about it.
Yeah.
And now that they've created more public relations disasters for themselves, for Steve, than they realize, yeah, because none of us want to keep talking about this. Believe me, it's over. It's been over for ages, but they just keep bringing it up and bringing it up and bringing it up
Well,
because
also they say things that aren't true too. They're like, oh, you know, science. Well, they're
yeah,
the other person that they love to attack besides Fiona, because Fiona dared make a video, right?
mhm.
The other favorite person, and mind you, it's not hidden. Watch the way Cheshire highlighted Fiona, made Fiona the lead dancer, stuff like that. Like this is not something that's new. This is an ongoing thing. So like they make it certain that they're gonna focus in on her, but they also focus in on somebody else. And
And it's
who is
always
it?
women. It's always women.
Sometimes always women. There's an exception. Who's the exception? It's somebody that did a
Science.
debate.
Science first, yeah.
Yep.
Another victim of SA, yeah.
Yeah, Science versus an essay victim that dared do a debate on modern day debate, which is still up with Red's Rhetoric, and they were talking about, did Steve engage in a rape apology? They had
They hate him.
apologetic. Yeah,
Well, they hate him because he spanked Ray's backside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Badly.
So they are. They constantly bring him up. His name's in the mouth constantly. Yeah.
The link is in your DMs, Holy Spatula.
I'd
Appreciate
be
it.
interested to see if Manya tells anybody that she has looked into Minnow's Discord and she hasn't seen anybody passing on all these reams and reams and reams of information, or if she'll just stay quiet about that. Because Manya joined the Discord last night.
Oh, they're probably going to assume it's layered, right? As many Discords are, but yeah, like.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, I've got this, just a screenshot of part of the Discord where it shows on one page when Spackle joined, when Manya joined, and then when Exile joined. It gives the time. And my screenshots, I've got my system date on them. So when it says when it says joined yesterday,
Mhm.
You can work out from my system date what yesterday was.
I took a screenshot of it
Yep.
last night, and so did Manya. Manya knows exactly what happened. I
Yes,
don't know why
I've
she's
also
pretending
taken.
it's a big conspiracy. I
Yep.
almost feel like I have to apologize to Savage Minnow at this point
Yeah.
because simply from her linking my video that had screenshots and evidence in it, so it
Yep.
wasn't evidence free. She linked something that had evidence of Steve apologizing for this rapist guy, and my response to it. And because she linked my video that they don't want anybody to watch, yeah, they just got all worked up about it. Like she became instant suspect, and I believe it's my fault, yeah, because they really hate me so much that it she yeah. Sorry, Savage Minnow, about that. But my video was good. It did have evidence in it, and it linked to everybody else's videos who were making videos back then. That was 2 years ago. And by the way, you linked that video, Savage Minnow, on the anniversary of me making it 2 years ago. That kind of blew me away. It's a little like coincidence. It was it was September 17th, and that's when you linked it. So that's how long it's been, and that's how long they've been upset about this. So, yeah.
But
I
I
know
knew.
it's their fault, but I mean, like I did do some stuff to gain the reputation that I have with them. Yes. Like I trolled Steve one time on a sock account once, and I admitted that I did it. I mean, like I've done things to alert people that, these people are doing these things to my friends, right? So yeah, I love that timing too. I did get choked up when I watched you talking about it because there have been some really emotional points along the way.
Oh
Fiona
yeah.
has definitely paid the price for making a video and
Yes.
and I have paid the price standing behind her video and behind her.
Right.
Yeah, because like you have to understand, we're just small little YouTubers. I've never gone for monetization or any of that crap. So I mean, I came out of retirement to defend her, and we're just two old ladies. We're about the same age.
Mhm.
I'm like probably older than your mom.
Same here.
I've seen their cooking videos. I actually love cooking
Her mom
videos.
seems really sweet, by the way. Your mom seems
Yeah.
sweet. I like that you guys are doing videos together, and I think that's really cute.
I
So,
do too. I would do
yeah.
one with my daughter.
Watch
When
it, you're going to get accused of love bombing.
right? Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of love bombing, Manya just keeps saying over and over again, like a mantra, I was nice to her. I was nice to her. I'm like, Manya, I'm like,
Yeah, no, I'm a weirdo. I don't like huge channels and superstar YouTubers. I never got into them. So I actually prefer where the small conversations are going, that there's just a handful of people, they all know each other, they're just talking, or they're talking about cooking, like on Christopher Malty's channel. That's the stuff where I lurk. Yeah. I hang out around that stuff. Always have.
well,
Yeah,
it's funny because like
that's
I
what I do.
used to wanna like I was trying to explain to somebody because somebody said something about like I just want to be monetized. I said if I wanted to be monetized, I would have been monetized like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Like or whenever they brought it about, like I would have marketed myself differently, and it would have been less of a shitlord on Twitter. And by a shitlord, I mean sometimes I do like like throw a meme out or something like that, but like
Mhm.
it
Yeah.
doesn't mean it's untrue. It is
But
truthful.
I just want her, and like everybody else who's listening to this, who supports her and her YouTube stuff, right, and her Twitch stuff.
Yeah.
But I have done stuff to earn my reputation with them. Yeah, I admit that. I don't care that they don't like me. I want nothing to do with them except to criticize them. That's how bad I feel that they are. I mean, like, it's a new low in the community overall when you just to strike out at Fiona, defend a convicted rapist just
Right.
because your ego, and this is what I believe is going on with Steve, just because his ego got something wrong and he hated Fiona, and they all hated Fiona at the moment. They had no way to react to a very good video that she made. They could have ignored it. That would have been their best bet. Yeah, and it would have all just been gone away.
Right.
She had her say on her own channel, and they just couldn't abide that. They just could not stand it. It just irked them so much that she was so right about something. Yeah. And all of the conclusions in her video were correct. They were, and this has been proven true about Steve to this day. You must get evidence from him on his claims. You don't believe anything about him unless you have evidence, because he'll get things wrong and then he'll double down and triple down and whatever, rather
And then
than
he'll claim he never said it.
or claim it didn't happen. Yeah, this is like gaslighting 101, right? That's what should be the title of the video today. So I mean,
Right.
like, it's just been a calamity of things, and like, I guess his friends just have really been trying to, like, make it so that it didn't happen, but it did happen, and whatever. They'll never forget it. Honestly, I think everybody just wants them to stop talking about it, but they won't. They literally won't do it. So
Right.
that's how so many people keep hearing about it. Yeah. I mean, Fiona's
Well,
not
that's
monetized. I'm not monetized. Heretic's not monetized.
I'm not
Um,
monetized.
I don't even make
Unirock,
videos anymore.
Unirock has hardly even talked about Earl David Warden. He hasn't talked about it at all. So, like, if they could just, accept that we're never going to agree and just move on rather
But
than trying to demonize us, then we'd be okay.
it's the way they've reacted to it. And I mean, that goes right back to the very night
Oh, what
where
did she say?
when Steve had Warden on, because his reaction to the First Amendment auditors in his live chat saying, "Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know this guy's background?" Steve's reaction to it was, "Oh, it's the usual trolls just mounting a smear campaign of lies against this guy." And yet it took me under a minute to use Google and find him on the sex offenders register. And it wasn't that he had the guy on. It was his reaction to the other First Amendment auditors saying, "This guy doesn't represent us. Do you know his background?" And Steve was basically saying that it was all of us on sock accounts that were just smearing the guy. It
Yeah,
was
no.
that was the reaction that I had the problem with.
The
No,
troll army. Yeah.
the auditing community had a problem with him. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Huge
that's what's interesting is it wasn't just us, but Cheshire doesn't think people have a right to weigh in and have an opinion on that. You don't earn it or whatever. Do you remember that nonsense? Like you impede someone figuring out what to do because you said something like
Thanks for hitting the like button, you guys.
Yeah.
In the chat.
By the way, if you haven't noticed, this is a sock account. I do have a couple channels. Part of that is because if we watch a stream like this where we're getting banned and blockazulued on site, and we can't offer any pushback, we think it's fair to go ahead and watch it on our end where we can have some pushback.
And where you guys can comment in the live chat.
Yep. But with that being said, sometimes what happens if you do that is you get hammered. So we're gonna not let that happen, and that's why I'm over here. So
hey, Dad. Hey, everybody new who showed up.
Yeah, appreciate the Unirock fam. I appreciate D. D once got blocked and banned because Steve thought D was a long-standing member that everybody knew. I thought assumed it was me and blocked her. And then when he found out that it wasn't me, he still left her blocked. And so D took a hit for me. Poor D.
The funny thing about that, though, is that Dee would be in live chats with her voice, and she's a very polite English lady.
Yes.
With a lovely little voice.
Funny as hell, too.
Sparkle has got a Southern California accent.
Right. Not close.
Completely different.
Right. Not even close. D sounds very posh.
But yeah, he said that Dee was a soak of sparkle, and that is one of the funniest things I'd heard. But that became part of the McNarrative.
Yep. And then he just left her. He's like, "Oh, I banned her. Oops. Oh well, I'll just leave it." I'm like, what?
Hey, Lono. Titan, sock accounts are so silly. Yeah, that's why you have about 20 of them. Just kidding. I have no idea how many sock accounts Titan Uranus has.
Oh. I'm a. She is a
See how I
fundy.
did that?
Fundy.
I'll be right back. I need coffee.
But I mean, any information that Minnow gets from me has been in the public forum, either comments in a live chat or a stream that I've participated in or the video that I've made. That is it. No other information. I didn't know who Minnow was until she made her part 2 video and I saw a link to it.
This is my second channel, Anon. So yeah, you have a wrench. I'm trying to give wrenches to most everybody. We're gonna do the Sokka experiment. Sokka likes to do that. Give everybody a wrench. So there you go. Oh, Golden Unicorn gets a wrench. No, just kidding. I'm not giving Golden Unicorn a wrench. However, Golden Unicorn can chill. So do not hammer Golden Unicorn. Thank you very much. Unless she makes TOS, which I'm pretty sure she knows how to behave. So
then, well, if she's here and she's listening, she can go into the Discord and see if people have been piling information onto Minnow, if Spackle's been giving her
That's a nice
information in
cam.
the Discord when she wasn't even there.
Mm-hmm.
Or Exiled didn't even join till after Golden Unicorn had joined. So Exiled wasn't passing on information in that Discord. Golden Unicorn can actually go into the Discord and check that right now. And then go and correct Jesh. Seeing as this seems to be the story that's getting put out. That it's Spackle and Exiled and Fiona. Why won't you do that? Why don't you go and look at the Discord and you will see that stuff has been getting posted in there. On you go. I'll wait.
Is Manya here, or did I misread that?
Yeah.
Manya, do you want to come on or something?
You want to talk to Manya?
Yeah, no. She's like, I'll talk to her, but she has to answer my questions politely.
Well, I would say that she should actually go and scroll through the Discord first.
Yeah, she didn't.
And find the comments where
she laughed at me and thought I was silly. Like I was kidding. No, it actually sounded like she said that I had something to do with the books.
I mean, Manya, if you want to come chat, I can just let you in Exile chat.
What's interesting, Strawberry? I missed that.
Oh, here she goes. Manya, please just go to the Discord and find out where the people accused of passing on information passed on the information. On you go. You're in the Discord. You can go and look at it. You can scroll back. I've been in that Discord 1 week. I haven't been passing on the information.
Okay, busy.
Where's the person who keeps making the comment that
it just popped up. Busy. I don't like to be banhammer, but if you keep making Pakistani jokes, Indian jokes, call center jokes, you're banned, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, stop it. None of us are down with that. Okay?
No.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, is that all right? Like, we've been telling him, but we don't control their people, Manya, like you think you do. You think you control people. You can't do that. Yeah.
Now, Manya, you go talk to Manya. How about you? Hang on, Manya. How about you go talk to Ashley Scott, who kicked a bunch of people out of the NSS server and took it upon herself to wreck that server. And how about you talk to Ash Attack, who said to Fiona, myself, Phony Beetle Maymac, I hope you get raped. Why don't you talk to her? She's a regular on your channel. Talk to her.
Honestly, look, I don't care. I really don't care. bad behavior other people engage in. Yeah.
Right.
I really
But
don't.
like if I am responsible for some random person that like, how about your regular that you have with a wrench and the things that she says, because they're god awful.
And look, it's okay. We don't like each other. I'm not going to be calling you out on all the bad behavior you do and vice versa. I'm not taking responsibility for anybody's behavior but my own. So when you talk to me, keep that in mind. Hello. We have a new person here. Hi.
I was just listening to you guys.
Can you please
Welcome to
publicly
my
attest that
side
we
channel.
don't know each other? Have you ever written to me on a sock account or something?
No,
gotten my
never.
side
In fact, I don't think are we even friends on Discord?
No.
You did send me a direct message just about this stream.
Just about the
It's
stream.
literally,
tonight.
yeah, the only thing.
And then I followed you on
Thanks, Tyler.
Twitch last week or something because I was watching your stream and I
think I
followed
might have
you.
followed you on Twitter.
I don't do anything on Twitch. Oh, did you? Okay, cool.
Maybe.
All right.
I don't. Just people who've like given me information. I have followed just in case they want to like DM me.
I don't think we're even follows on Twitter. So
I don't think we are, but we might be. I just full disclosure.
Yeah. You don't spend a lot of time on Twitter, I take it, because
You definitely haven't DM'd me on Twitter. I know that.
And you're very smart. Like I heard you say that you don't spend a lot of time on Twitter at some point. I forget where. It was like one of your streams.
I did think it was funny that Cheshire was like, "Oh, I'm not going to do like a deep dive into her Twitter. Like it'll take you like 30 seconds, maybe 3 minutes. Like it's literally started with Steve jumped into my comments on YouTube and was like, "Hey, hit me up in Twitter." And I was like, "Oh yeah, there's a Twitter account that I've literally never posted anything to, but it's my gamer tag." So here I go.
Yeah, it's smart to stay off Twitter. Twitter is horrible. It's where they choose to go to have their arguments and
That's what I'm learning. And I'm just like, I need to stop. I need to stop. And like my wife is like, she's on Twitter. So she's like, "Oh, you don't even know the half of it." And I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Cool. I'm glad you got somebody looking out for you. Come on in, Manya. Seriously.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I can be hands off and I can even let one-on-one conversation happen. So Manya, I would invite you aboard and I can do what Dragnut calls just the tip. If that offends you, I'm sorry, but that's that's the way he calls it, which is just we're just gonna clause retracted, and since you're the person that's the one-off, then obviously we wouldn't clobber you. That's a lot more fair than say what you guys did to Science First on DeFango's channel. That was a clusterfuck, and you guys were abusing that guy.
Oh, that was bad.
I know not what this was, but
it's horrific. We can show you sometime.
I did think it was interesting that she was the mediator for me and Steve. I was like, I felt like me and Steve did a pretty good job of mediating it while she was like muted.
Yeah, you did okay. Like I said, even Steve started breaking up about whatever it was that you guys were talking about had to do with Jimmy Snow. Steve started like losing it a bit. Yeah.
Well,
emotionally.
Yeah. And I think it does hit us all a little emotional. I know I saw where Chesh was like making fun of that I was a little emotional. I am autistic, and that is one of like symptoms of autistic people. Sometimes we're emotionally dysregulated, but I mean it still does make me upset. And like me and my mom were even talking about it the other day after stream, and like how there's still things where, because Jimmy and I were friends and because he like taught me how to do like layouts and stuff, and it's like I will literally like log on just do my stream and I think of Jimmy because I think of like, oh, that's that thing, that little tip that he taught me, or that kind of thing. And it's like it's hard,
And you lost a friend. Is that basically the essentials of it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I not only lost a friend, but I realized that I was never as good a friend to him, like in his heart, as he was in my heart. Yeah. And like,
So now they're stream sniping us. This is just so
they're
juvenile.
talking about it.
It's also juvenile. It's like,
Oh,
Good day, sir. Good day. Door slam.
hi guys.
Oh,
Hi,
I love
Mr.
it. I love
Steria.
that kind of shit.
Hi, Smitty. Hi, whatever.
So here's the thing. They don't. There's too dumb to figure out that there's actually whole groups of people that don't want to be talking heads and don't want to be in the public about this, but fucking think that they're psychos. and even those same groups of people might think that like they're like, well, like Spackle's a little extra, like whatever. But there's all sorts of groups of people that sit on the sidelines that actually observe and watch and do not want the heat from either side, whatever those sides are, right? Like they're so dumb they don't even see that.
I mean, yeah, like that's how I it's like I said, I came to this and was just like, I want to know the truth. And there's certain things where it's like, okay, yeah, like Kyle was like a felon when they met, and he had like drug charges, and like people like want me to like beat that with a hammer, but like, okay,
Right.
like I said it and I addressed it, and to me, it's not that big a deal. And it's my channel, and it's what's a big deal to me. You know what I mean?
You get to say how you feel about it. You
Right,
actually
exactly.
don't
And
have
on
to
your
agree.
channel, you get to say how you feel. You get to make a big deal out of what you want to make a big deal out of, and
Right.
and it's not that I didn't include that. And I think that it would be one thing if I legit didn't include it and was like,
yeah,
okay, this is, but because somebody might
You
consider
need to
that to
retract
be.
that shit too because nobody owes anybody anything. So take
Don't scare us. All right.
What else am I supposed to retract? Also, I've retracted the shit that I said that I was going to retract. I've retracted it twice in 2 different places. I've retracted it in the description on the original video and in the update section on my next video.
So the retraction was about what again? I'm sorry. There's so much
great
flying
debate
by.
community, which to be fair, somebody might have sent me videos at this point that has like actual proof that Great Debate Community was started before Steve started it. I've talked to enough people who like have enough like moving parts that like certain details don't line up, but certain details do line up, where it's like I have a pretty good idea of what that I think Great Debate Community was probably started before Steve. Okay, like I don't have black and white proof that'll hold up in the court of law, and that's what I said. Was like, okay, you know what? Because he was like, you said you told your audience that this thing was here before, and I was like, okay, you know what?
It
was
a community that was called the Great Debate Community informally.
Yeah.
I'm telling you because I have this on my immigration application, which was prior to Steve on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, you've mentioned that. Yeah,
I put that. I had to say where I met how did you and Brian meet? I had to say, okay, well, I met him in a debate community. It's called the Great Debate Community, and blah 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 happened, and then this happened, and then we, like, so I mean, like, it had a name, and it wasn't trademarked, and it wasn't monetized in any way. It was just what we all called ourselves, who were talking about philosophy, religion, atheism, evolution. People who are they don't believe in evolution and that sort of thing.
Philosophy of mind, a philosophy of religion. Like,
I've been around long enough. There
were so many moving parts. Like
There's a
in so many
video.
channels.
There's a video.
There was
that
always
made
drama.
in 2012 by Agent of Doubt. And in this 2012 video, he explained how he coined the name The Great Debate. That video was made in 2012, uploaded to YouTube in 2012.
Exactly.
So it has a date stamp from the YouTube server, 2012.
Yeah, it's just like Beach said, it was an informal term for an internet gaggle coined by AOD. But it was a thing, and that was the name of the community. Now Steve put his face to it, and it's just obnoxious that
So when he
did that.
grabbed a hold of it, people did say that in the beginning, and they're like, really? There were some people that refused to join the G+ group, the subgroup, because of the name. I was one of them that said, I don't know if I want to go to this. And I was convinced by Helena Hambasket, who is a smart philosophy chick, and also who's that other guy? I can't remember, but they were like, come along, because G Plus was falling apart, and they wanted us to stay in community, and nobody sold it to us as Steve is going to commodify our community, and he's going to make it a channel and stuff like that. That came later. It was a trick. It was a bait and switch. So, like, yes, we existed before Steve. He waltzed in, and at the time, first off, the very first thing he did, he's like, I'm going to talk about the definition of atheism, and then like that he has never stopped. And then he got trounced by other philosophers, and he didn't do very well. So then he went, oh fuck, I don't know philosophy, so I'm just going to focus in on Rocket Ronnie and how bad he is, and he picked on like the bad science of young Earth creationism.
That's he I'm realizing more and more that it's like that's like what he does is he just like goes and like not necessarily like picks on people, but he like takes a torch to things, like not in an English way, like he takes a lighter to things, like he's gonna light it on fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we just look back over,
It's true.
2019, when Non Sequitur had actually broken up, his first attempt at going into another community was the First Amendment auditors. That was L. David Warden. We saw how that turned out. Then he moved on to the makeup girls, the makeup teenagers, and got himself involved in their community.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Right? And then he
Teen
got
moms.
He then went into the teen mom community.
Yeah.
Ripped that one apart as well.
He helped destroy Leslie Bass's channel for a while.
Oh
there.
yeah. And
at least she got it back.
In the interim, one of the other communities he tried to get into and it didn't work was the gamer community. And he tried to get into it in defense of Ian Miles Cheong.
He's so bad.
The guy who swatted Andy Worski.
Yeah.
He was defending Ian Miles Cheong on the second accusation that he had provided information for a swatting in which a dog died. Steve was defending.
Yikes. I heard about that one.
But he got so much pushback that went nowhere.
I've heard like a weird telephone version of this story. Yeah. There's so much shit out there that it's like weeding through it all is just like
that I'd never heard of though.
Did you not know about that one?
Ian killed a puppy with swatting. Jesus.
What he didn't actually call in the SWAT call. It was somebody else, but he had provided the address, all the crucial information for the actual swatter to do it. And he's admitted this on a stream because I watched it. He also admitted to being the one that did the actual swatting of Worski.
Steve, what called it?
No.
Oh.
Ian Miles Chong, right?
Oh, Ian did. Okay, yeah.
He admitted to having swatted Andy Worski.
Right.
And to having provided the information that someone used for a second swatting. Right? And Steve went in defense of Ian Miles Chong. So that was his attempt at the gaming community, but it didn't work. But he just is like a locust.
Well, remember when he focused on Instagram too with the beauty community? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. That's when he ran into.
This is hilarious to me.
We're going to deep dive Katie Joy and let the audience do it. Next thing you know, there's people doxing the wrong woman on Twitter.
Yeah,
exactly. But this is what he's done. He's gone from community to community, driving a wedge between the members, ripping away those members that he can rip away, and then moving on to the next community, trying to build his following that way.
All right, well, you know.
Is that what he's doing? Okay, I can.
It seems to be what he's done, given what he has been doing. That's my interpretation of it.
He's just looking for content, dude. He's just looking for stuff to talk about on his streams.
He's looking for subs. He's looking for subs.
Well, the problem is he goes through and he breaks communities. So like he got a hold of the Guardians.
Oh, I
and
forgot the
Oh my
Guardians.
god, the
Yeah.
Guardians.
Yeah, I forgot.
You hear about the
them.
Guardians? So there's an
No.
anti-bullying campaign community on Twitter called the Guardians.
Mark
And
Pellegrino.
Mark Pellegrino plays Jacob in Lost, the dark the good guy, and then there's the dark guy in Lost, if you remember him, and he's on some other shows too. I can't think of him right now,
He's
but
an actor.
Yeah.
In Supernatural.
but he didn't start it. The group was started by somebody else. And
Okay.
was it Estella that started it? I don't know. But he became a
Yes.
celebrity face in it, right? So Steve decides I'm being cyberbullied, and oh, there's Estella.
Oh, there she is.
You have been summoned.
Hi, Stella.
Estella could probably come in and explain it if you want.
Oh, I would just probably faint if Estella came on a stream.
Right? If
I
you
would just
came in and
faint.
just explain this to us.
I need a fainting couch.
So they have their own kind of good thing going on where they're like, we're gonna, fight cyberbullies and stuff like that. Actual legit cyberbullies, not like tee trolls, but real harming people. And then Steve's like, help me, I'm a Steve in distress, help me. And so he runs to the Guardians and he's like, oh, look at these horrible people and stuff. And so like they're like, we'll help you, Steve. And then they kind of linked into them. And then all of a sudden he drove a wedge between them and the others. So like he buddied up with Mark and then was like, fuck you, Estella.
So yeah, that group fell apart because of Steve. Yeah. So it's just so weird that I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a coincidence.
Yeah, Cheshire even tweeted Captain Kurt.
Like
it's true.
Like Bill Shatner.
Yeah.
Bill Shatner is a fucking dick. There's like
Yes.
nobody like
Yes.
sorry,
Come on,
there's
Estella, don't
no
get mad.
like you can get between him and anybody because the only person he cares about is himself. Like
Oh, his Twitter is on fire constantly.
He blew me
It's
up
like
on
the
my Twitter.
trolls.
Bill Shatner blew you up on your Twitter?
Yeah, because I tried to warn him. He was like retweeting Steve. I said, that guy that you're tweeting is an
Oh my
actual bully.
God.
And so he was like, I think you too are, madam. You're a bully. And I was like, oh, God.
You
Will
okay, here we go.
Shatner.
I'm gonna tell my Bill Shatner story, all right? Here's my Bill Shatner story. My ex was at a convention with him and they got put at autograph tables right next to each other, right? So Bill Shatner had just bought this racehorse before he got there. It was like bragging about his like stupid racehorse that he got.
God. Oh, wow.
I'm a horse girl, all right?
Me
But
too,
this is
yeah.
stupid.
So is Fiona. Yep.
So he was like,
talking about is
I want to
integrity,
make
and the one that
X
Science
amount of
first showed up
dollars
was,
for
accountability.
this for this signing, autograph signing, and then I don't really like he had like that was his amount that he wanted to make to cover the racehorse, right?
Oh,
He's like,
God.
that's, and we're like, okay, fine, whatever. So he's like, my ex is like actually talking to people and signing autograph. Yeah, we look over and he's just like pencil whipping it. Like doesn't even look up unless it's a kid, which I will give him that he would look up if it was a kid and
Aw.
say hi if it was a kid. Okay, I'll give him that. So day 2 comes around. It's like literally like 10 o'clock in the morning. I think they started at like 9. 10 o'clock in the morning, maybe 10:15. He had his assistant tell him when he got to that amount, that was like the amount to pay for the racehorse, and stopped, pencil down, walked out, and left on the second day.
Oh, my God.
Like, super early in the morning. All these people in line, everything. It was just like, dude, you're an asshole.
Oh,
But that's
man.
just, he only cares about himself, really.
That's sad.
But I do have to hand it to him that he would look up at least for the kids.
He looked up for the children. Okay. Who probably don't even know who he is, really. It's just the adults who know who he is, right?
He had his assistant write on, which isn't like that uncommon, but it was like he would have his assistant write the spelling of the name, so it would be like to so and so, and he would just write like the name, comma, pencil whip, move on. The name, comma. It was just like, okay.
Actors.
But you know what? To be fair, what was that? It was, I can't remember what the year was, but I think it was like a year or two before they started putting like royalties into like SAG contracts. So he doesn't get any royalties for the original series of Star Trek.
Oh, no wonder he's such a grouch.
Oh,
I'd
that
be
explains
mad
a lot,
too.
actually. I'm like,
Yeah.
why is he so angry?
That's why.
You have to make
Aw.
World of Warcraft videos to make it work.
But anyway, William Shatner is somehow related to Mark Pellegrino and the Guardians project, right? Which is cool. And like Steve ruined it. They don't even really exist anymore. I think. I think once Estella left, the sort of the heart of the project was gone. From my understanding, she's a pretty cool woman too.
That sucks. That sucks that he has to go and ruin things for everybody.
It's all
I
about the
think
ego.
what happened was that Estella cottoned on to what was actually happening because Steve
The
brought in the
hostile takeover.
Guardians. Yeah, no. She cottoned on to the fact that those that had called in their help to get rid of the bullies were actually the bullies. Because you see,
That happens a lot in
kid-
anti-bullying campaigns, though. I've never seen
Yeah,
an anti-bullying group that didn't have bullies that
they
sort of
came
co-opted
in.
it.
They came in around about the time it was the makeup girls that were the target, and Steve had sided with Laura and Lily Jean, and Laura is Lily Jean's momager, mother and manager, and she would phone people's employers and try and get them fired if they dared to say anything about
Do you
the
know about
adult
that?
Jean.
That
Well, I
sounds
think
like a
that-
surefire way to get subscribers then.
Oh
For
no,
about
it's
2
Mr.
seconds.
Serious. Get away.
So
did you hear-
it was
I would
actually
say-
Laura. It was Laura and Lily Jean that were actually bullying smaller creators. And that's when the Guardians got involved. And that was about the time the war and stuff was kicking off as well. And Estella got wise to the fact that the people that had actually said, come and help us, we're being bullied, were actually the ones that had an all-out Twitter campaign against mainly women who had spoken up against rape apologetics.
So you've heard of Lily Jean and Laura? You're muted, sweets.
Oh, somebody's muted.
Sorry. I was like, it made me think of that whole thing with Creepshow all back around again, like that.
What a disappointment.
Expose me, boomer.
That sounded creepy. What did you just say?
I said, expose me, boomer.
Oh, expose me, boomer. Yeah. That famous thing that she said to Steve.
Steve.
Yep. Yeah, expose me, boomer, and that other one. A channel died, Shannon. Have some goddamn respect. Those are really funny sound clips. I need to have a soundboard. I need to find it like what Billy has and do a soundboard and have that. A channel died, Shannon. Have goddamn respect. Because
Yeah.
it tickles me every time.
Yeah.
But here's the weird thing, like they're for whatever reason they're really blowing up the Kyle thing, and it's Kyle's going to reap the benefits of what he's done, right? Which is going to be bad. but it's weird because they're kind of like expecting us all to be like precog, like Minority Report and pre-crime. And it's like anybody that once supported Kyle now like is like responsible for what Kyle did like in that pool with that video, right? And it just doesn't work that way. What does matter to me is recognizing when you see harm done like that and what you do next. And what they're doing is they're trying to muddy the waters and do like this weird correlation between that and the EDW thing. But the difference is that I don't see anybody saying Kyle's an honorable man.
Exactly.
And it's frustrating to me to watch it, and I just don't understand why they don't understand the difference, you know?
Well, and I think Manya even tried to say, she's like, well, you know, you said that like you wish the best for him, and like, yeah, I do. I wish the best for all of them, Warden included. And if that includes freaking rotting in prison for the rest of your life, then so be it. And I hope you rot in prison and you think about what you did and you live the best life that you can in prison for the rest of your life. You know? But I don't, because like, I personally don't feel like it's good for me to wish ill on people. Like, do I wish justice on people? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I still hope that like he comes to terms with what he did wrong and he can actually make something of his life. Both of those men who are probably going to spend time in big boy prison.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
But
think Kyle just got out recently or something.
Did he get? He's out now.
I think somebody bailed him out. Probably his mother. They keep blaming us for doing that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
what?
It was
always
like 10
us.
grand. Yeah.
I got nothing to. I don't know anybody who's willing to put up 10 grand's worth of. You can't just bail them out when it's that much. I think you have to have $10,000 worth of something to back that up. You know, either a house or some vehicles or something.
And if he has
Yeah.
a history of not
Okay.
showing up to court, you're going to lose the money, right? So like
Right.
yeah.
Exactly. Sounds like
Yeah, he did get out recently, so but you know.
Yeah, Kyle
That
got
doesn't mean
bailed
that
out.
he's out of
Ethan.
trouble.
Well, I had nothing to do with it. I'm getting horse bills.
He's
Yeah.
probably going to have to go to anger management courses or something for what he did to his ex. That's one thing. And then he'll probably have to deal with Steve finally about the other thing. So
Yeah. Well, it's like Shanny for Christ for beating the crap out of Rev News. Shanny for Christ took a sex whip and just like wailed on him. Like this is not happy fun time. Like she just like beat him. And then she called the cops on him. And then when the cops sorted it out, they found out that he had all the bruises, he had all the defense wounds, and they took her. And you know, like they ended up having to go to classes, anger management, and with a misdemeanor assault, you know, a simple assault again, you know, like, you know, but like he ended up with bruises and stuff and marks all over him. And it's just like there is a consequence for that you have to pay, and it sucks and it's horrible that like I don't think, you know, the domestic violence thing is like not triggering for us. I think a lot of us do see that and are disturbed by it, but like it's also good that like there's a restraining order, it looks like, on him, and hopefully they can get it sorted, you know. But the court or YouTube's really not the place to do it, except to say, well, that's fucking weird and I'm not going to be supportive of that, you know.
Exactly.
And restraining orders, how the fuck do they work?
Say again?
I said restraining orders, how the fuck do they work?
Oh God, yeah.
So complicated, and I think it probably depends on jurisdiction, but I think the general idea is that if you have a restraining order out on somebody, literally if they come within eyesight of you, you can call the police and the police will pick them up and take them to jail for violating said restraining order.
Yeah.
Will it necessarily get them there any quicker? Probably not.
Not always.
Maybe in some areas. Yeah. I think that's the hope.
Well, you see,
but
it's going to depend on if it's a real restraining order or just a pretend one.
Yeah, I think Fiona is talking about the restraining order Steve got placed on him.
So yeah, Steve got a restraining order from Katie Joy Paulson, and like he keeps saying it's not a restraining order, and there's like an argument going back and forth over that. I don't know if
he
you're aware of
probably
that.
got a cease and desist letter from her.
No.
He actually got a harassment restraining order from a judge.
Oh, okay. Well, then, he's not allowed to like comment on any of her social media, and like that's usually what that.
That was the first time I saw anybody get a restraining order on someone for internet behavior. And once you see the evidence, you can kind of get a feel for why the judge granted it. but you'd have to see the evidence. Unirock was showing that. And
Okay.
so, yeah, he actually got a restraining order placed on him for a couple of weeks until he was able to go to court and, contest it, which he did. And then Katie granted him, leniency and said, okay, just let's have an NDA for a year. And they had a non-disclosure agreement. So he never had like the 2-year restraining order that was granted to her originally placed on him. Okay. So she was given one for 2 years. That's pretty good. And if he hadn't contested that and reached between their two lawyers, reached an agreement, he would have had a restraining order for 2 years placed on him for internet behavior. And so that actually happened, but he denies it.
Like, just off the top of my head, you could go to Cheshire's Discord, you could go to 82's Discord, you could go to
what's that?
and Odinson's Discord.
Oh, Ansgar, yeah.
Yeah. Like there are so many people you could have spoken to.
Oh, they're telling me where I could have gone.
I saw that.
Let's
I
listen.
saw that. Yeah, let me go back
Let's
on.
listen.
Okay, let me bring that up.
Who cares about the restraining order on Steve?
Yeah.
I don't.
I care, but I mean,
It's over now.
Only a little bit.
Harass people and bring up, our dead friend, the people that were watching this stream live while it was live, that them hooting, hollering, and encouraging those people to do so and having a good time.
Has
when
anyone
did I do
here-
that?
Has anyone here
Wait, what?
encouraged somebody
Evidence?
to bring up bull as a tee hee ha ha kind of thing, or like?
No.
No,
Nope.
I didn't hear that.
Nope. And I even had people who
Okay,
were
yeah,
talking to me on Discord who were like,
evidence?
I'm not going to go there because I won't speak ill of the dead. Moving on. And I was like, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Right.
I didn't
Well, and
I didn't
plus-
even talk about him at all, really, in the
No. But why didn't you talk about him? That's what they wanted you to talk about. It's just so weird. But anyway, she's saying we were hoo ha haing what? Somebody showed up in your live chat.
Right.
I
Right.
noticed. Somebody called Bull's Ghost.
Yeah. So some sock account troll, who knows who.
Oh, okay.
With awful
It's still
taste
Manya's.
named Bull.
It's
Yeah.
still Manya's. Manya changed her Twitter, and it looks like they stole Manya's account name, the old one, and changed it. Like
dear.
they changed the name. So
That's weird.
it still says Manya. I am Golden Unicorn, which is her old handle, but it's retitled Bull's Ghost.
See, that's sick.
Yeah, see, and if it happened while I was like in live stream and it happened in my side chat, I literally might not have even like noticed that that's what was happening with like
it
the
wasn't your live
usernames.
chat. It was
Oh,
theirs.
okay.
So they were able to ban it. So I mean, that's
Good.
It's not. Go on. She's just like, oh, this happened, and yeah.
But I didn't even talk about I didn't even know about it. How could I have been talking about it? Referencing it.
I don't know. You're associated with people who it tags on Twitter. So that account tags us on Twitter. And basically that account claims to be writing to the ACLU about Steve making anti-Semitic comments on the drunken peasants. That's what that account is up to. That's what it's doing.
Understand by strictly numbers by a general sized YouTube channel, general sized Twitch channel. The views are different.
Okay.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah. Go on.
So here's another.
Oh my
thing.
god!
There's something I noticed.
Spit it out, dude. Spit it out.
Time ago.
I'm just
There's
looking
only
at their
very
live
specific
chat.
Styles of drama channels that are successful.
How did I go from like the end of Steve's
not
chat?
going after one
Like,
fucking
thank you.
person.
I appreciate you
But
coming
what?
on. Like, blah, 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 blah. I had a celebration stream where I celebrated having 500 subs. In the update section, said the things that I said that I was going to say in my next stream. This is literally all I said about him. Oh, besides somebody asked me a question in the chat later on, and I answered like, yeah, we did not come to an agreement on the whole warden thing. I wish he would have said something that he didn't say. That's all I said about him. And now all of a sudden I'm a piece of shit.
You're sitting in a live stream with their enemies. They hate us. They
Yeah.
like
Like,
hate us.
But like I didn't do anything to them. I didn't
don't
do
have
anything to
to.
them. And they're like, oh, who's the bully? Tell me who's the bully? Who's the bully behind the scenes? Dude, you guys are the bully right here on the stage. Like you guys are putting your like I didn't do anything to you. And you're doing 4-hour freaking live streams about
You
me.
guys started calling her out on Twitter. I'm talking to you guys now. You malcontents over there. You guys started calling this woman out that we didn't even know. I didn't know her. And all she did was link to my video. This is YouTube. We do videos. And that's what she saw. She saw a
And
video. She liked it. It had
Here's
evidence.
the thing. Titan's in the chat, right? Is Titan still in the chat?
I'm sure he is.
Because if he wants me to like zip my lip, I will zip my lip. He never told me not to say anything, but he didn't like say, oh, here's what happened, blah 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 blah. He went,
watch this. Titan Uranus, you bastard. How dare you link her to my video, which is very good.
You know what he did? He linked me to a Discord channel, a text channel, and was like, go dig here.
Oh, wow. He knows too. He's
And you know what?
Every single
I
Discord.
went back in that shit so fucking far.
Oh,
and it's like, you guys don't even realize some of the times that you're like, oh, who were these sources on this? Actually, some of the people who are asking me who's the sources, I fucking read it
From
on
them.
your own fucking, like in your own fucking words.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
No, I'm not. I did take screenshots of that, and I went. Some of it I saved. If there were videos that were still available, I like tried to save to playlists and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like,
did they hate my video? Whoever linked it, they were like, "This evil person made a video. It has evidence on it, and Exiled is making a statement about it." Whatever. I don't need to know. But yeah, I can imagine that they hate it because they've never ever mentioned that video that's on my channel.
it's I was amazed. It's just the stuff that I like went digging, and I was like, but like, I like saw you in the chat saying something that's kind of contradictory to that, and like, do you even remember that you actually?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
So-
okay. Good. I'm glad he's LOLing.
So wait a minute. So basically, we now know that it wasn't Spackle and it wasn't me and it wasn't Exiled.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, the only two people that I will say, because I think they're both okay with me saying it publicly now, is what I'm guessing is MathPig and Titan. I will say publicly. It just handed me
you just
information.
painted a red flag on because Cheshire's looking for any excuse to go after MathPig, and she's being held up.
Titan Uranus
literally
is a
just gave
Discord
me
lord.
handed me over to other people. And here's the thing about MathPig, and I have to really hand it to him, because he was like, if you want an unbiased opinion, you do not want my opinion.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, okay, thank you.
I
Fair
never would
enough.
have guessed. I just would have thought MathPig was somebody who's just trying not to even have an opinion on these types of things. He's just doing his thing on his channel.
No,
You know.
remember when I said there are people that have opinions, but they don't express them publicly? There are
Yeah.
many people like this.
Many.
Many.
Just so you guys know, okay? It's like everyone else knows, but you don't. So now you know too, and it's okay that you know this, all right? If you would come out of your bubble and talk to people and stop demonizing us, then you could probably learn to like us a little bit. I don't know. Maybe not. But,
I mean,
you know,
I'm pretty demonic.
You know
I
what
feel like
also
I
think?
pulled Steve out just a little bit, and then
Yeah.
like he like nope.
Here's another thing I suspect. I suspect that there are people who are literally trying to shit stir with the people that are on Cheshire's stream. And they go and they tell them things about us that aren't true. And I think Cheshire is one of those people, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah. In other
Okay, because
words,
there's so many things that it's like it's not like
I
you've
mean,
got
if
it
you hear about
close.
me, I am like a diabolical fucking elite dark web hacker or something.
Oh yeah.
And the fact of the matter is I could not fucking remember my password enough to have a sock account. Okay. It's like that is what a fucking noob I am, and I am not. Just ask my
Here's the
husband.
thing
Just ask
that I
Brian.
was
Yeah.
wondering if I maybe pissed them off because I've heard that there is like a lot of like people who like get doxxed, get their stuff hacked, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what I
And
hear too. But do I know it for a fact? No.
I don't know it for a fact, but I do know for a fact that I use a VPN with literally every interaction with all y'all because, like, my wife got me started on that a year ago,
Yeah,
like before my
I-
channel even got big. So
I
Yeah,
have to
fair
ask,
enough.
I
Fair
have to
enough.
ask
Do it.
younger people. I'm like,
Yeah.
somebody asked me once recently, can I get an IP off of somebody just from opening up a like a picture, like a screenshot or something? So I went to my friend and I was like,
Went to
can
me.
this happen?
You
Is
asked
this
me.
I asked you and somebody else too. I
And I
won't
said
mention
yes.
her. But like she actually showed me that it could be possible to do that, right?
depending on, yeah.
And I never knew that. So like, here's me. I'm like always like saving screenshots, passing them around. People probably paranoid to open my pictures just because they think I'm some sort of,
Because you have this reputation of being
thing.
super elite.
But like, this is the thing. I saw evidence of this. Let me explain to them while they're listening, hopefully. I saw evidence that there was a narrative put out against me and the women in this group here, Fiona, always back on, and others of us, right, who were critical of Steve. Evidence that we were a super serious, hardcore troll group. We try to get people to commit suicide. We
I got a video.
accuse them of what was it called? Kidnapping. Okay, the worst thing that we've ever done is I think leak Red's Rhetoric's thing. Audio of him losing his shit at the funeral of our friend Jade. Yeah. So that was pretty bad. I mean, but the problem is they were accusing us of lying. And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's why
I've
we did
heard
that.
about that. Yeah.
And
it's
if you
like,
want to know the audio why it was leaked, well, he said you're lucky I didn't bring my Ruger, and it was an immediate
And also,
escalation.
he had threatened to call the police as well.
Yep.
But like
So-
that's our worst crime. Was like,
Right.
I did, and it wasn't even everybody. It was like we had somebody who was demanding it at the time. They were demanding it because we
Right.
had spoken about it. And we were like, yes, Fiona told everybody to watch out for Red's Rhetoric. He's going to be a grouchy bitch at the funeral.
Right.
And like they went around
It was a
harassing
trap.
Fiona for a year after that.
Red asked me to warn everybody about that ahead of time.
Mhm.
It wasn't me just being a bitch.
I do want to say Titan said it and I have to agree. Like we only met on MathPig's server, as in like he handed me off. Like MathPig, like I said, was like, I'm gonna hand you off to other people on this. Like
Mhm.
but
So
yeah, I'm
people
literally
less
getting
invested.
messages from MathPig
Right.
that are like, you're not dragging me into drama, are you? Like
Right. Really quick, I want to show a video, and this is kind of how they'll talk about you, like not necessarily you, but they'll how they'll talk about us and like and the escalation. Now that I have to qualify that Bull and I got in a scuffle because I joined a hangout called the Airing of Grievances. And it was called the Airing of Grievances. And I said, Bull, hey, I got a grievance with you. Now, this is obviously when he was alive. So I apologize because I really don't want to take a swing at Bull. It just so happens that he happened to be part of this video. But listen to the way that they shade me, and it is nothing that's true in this video. And yet they expect me to lay down and not say anything, which is just bizarre, right? So here we go. I apologize. This was recorded on my phone, so obviously it's
Dave,
goofy.
did you want to add something to that?
Well, I was just gonna. Damn it! Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any indication on my end. That's why.
Is that perfect?
Thank you. I was just gonna say I was ambushed while
Yeah.
you were while you were away.
I heard
by
Don't
two
mention-
of our
don't mention their
our
names.
love.
Holy
not going
Spackle
to.
and Sam the Scientist is who he's talking about.
But when you get into a situation where you are in a kind of in a public forum and ambushed like that, keep your cool as much as possible, but don't give them like I don't know how to phrase it. Don't give them
ammo satisfaction.
Don't give them the satisfaction.
Well, you went off.
Also,
I heard you went off on them.
Oh, I did.
By going off,
but
he
it
cried and ran
it
away.
It wasn't for anything they said about you. It was because they were practicing apologetics for some moral high ground on a person that has no moral high ground, and I don't even want to mention that person.
And yeah, we don't. And we
By the
don't
way, he
for a
was
reason.
wrong and
Like I
apologized
said,
before
when
his
I
death
say there's people worse out than
to that
Katie,
person.
I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolic.
No,
at all. And these are dangerous people. These people have actually done things in real life to harm people. What?
These are the kind of people that we're talking about when I say that the internet is a dangerous place, because you don't know what's lurking underneath this surface, and that there's the vanilla internet, and then as you start getting deeper and deeper, you to like the dark recesses, and there's like they're not as bad as like the darkest parts of the internet, but they're starting to get
Can I just say something?
She's
talking about herself.
These people will find your family,
But can I
all your
tell you, the most dangerous people on the internet, mothers. That's the most dangerous people on the internet. Do not fuck with us.
Right. That's true.
I mean, I believe that. Like, you're the most dangerous people in general. So, right?
Your job,
your landlord.
Yeah, they'll call your landlord and try and get you.
Call your
try
job.
to get
Call
you
your
to
land
kill
co-
yourself. I
What-
mean, they
what?
want people. They want people to. These are the kind of people that actually will place bets whether the person will commit suicide or not for bullying enough.
Yeah.
We're not talking about normal, rational people. And so, real quick, failed at engineering, $5.
Oh, by the way, watch, listen.
Sticker. You're number one. Thank you, Manya.
Thank you, Manya. Thank you for
Manya,
the money, Manya. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holy Spackle.
And I talk about like how we don't want people to commit suicide, obviously, and it's ridiculous, right? But this is the kind of thing that they think they can say, and that you should not push back on. So, like, they can say you're part of the dark web, you're encouraging people to commit suicide, you've done things to people in real life, whatever that is, and you're not supposed to say anything, like, right? It's pretty creepy.
That's what I was like. Well, and Steve kind of straight up admitted that like he would not have responded to my Twitter messages if I hadn't have made a video about him. And then was like, I didn't ghost you, but like I wouldn't have like responded to you if you hadn't made a video. But I didn't ghost you. Like, what the?
But he ghosted you. And
But he
like,
ghosted
that's
me.
Literally what he did. Because, Steve is jacked into the internet. It's the fact that he's moving around and stuff doesn't keep him from tweeting. It doesn't keep him from doing anything.
Well, and he
So-
like tried to act like I got upset about him ghosting me. I wasn't upset about him ghosting me. I was saying that the reason why I started looking into all of this was because I was upset at all the lies that I'd heard from Jimmy. And that was the reason why I wasn't going to take anybody's fucking side on it.
Yeah.
I wasn't upset about him ghosting me. I was saying why I wasn't taking anybody's fucking side.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you held up that piece of paper that said everybody's an asshole, yeah. I mean, it's true, right? This is like, it's the internet and people are arguing on the internet. The problem that we have right now and have for the past couple of years is we have a little goblin over there who decided that she's going to keep everybody, all her friends are not allowed to talk to all these people here. And then you just keep adding people to it. And that is not the great debate community, first off. That is not how it ever was. Everybody sort of just mixes it up and stuff. There's always been drama. You don't
Even
try
from
to
what I
control-
saw on YouTube of once it was created on you, that's not what the Great Debate community was about from what I, from what I saw.
We don't teach people our own personal 3 C's or 4 C's of charity and all that crap and act like we're imparting great wisdom to people unless we know what we're actually fucking talking about. I
They
mean,
misuse the term charity constantly anyway. The
if
fact
you
that
wanna be
Manya is
an
now saying, now I
atheist
don't give you
preacher-
charity, that's not how it works, Manya. That just tells me now I'm going to misrepresent you. Good job, Manya.
And then
God.
you just spread lies to people behind the scenes, and will it do these little whisper campaigns and that sort of thing. I saw that early on, that they're doing the whisper campaigns. Well, 2 years later, I see evidence of it. And I saw this evidence that the whisper campaign existed since September 2019. Okay, at least because I happened to be drawn into somebody's personal problem. And they said, let's get Exile to look at all of our DMs and weigh in on it. So it was two people having a fight. Yeah. One of them was a close friend with Steve for the longest time. Right? Close. Bestest of buddies. Stood up for him every single time he got into problems.
Like probably one of the most efficient people he's ever had aside of. Yep.
So I looked at these, and I was looking at these private messages, the entirety of their private messages, for a particular reason. But as part of that, I actually saw him describing the whisper campaign to one of his moderators at the time. This was 2 years prior. And I was like, oh, okay. I was right. I always suspected there was this whisper campaign going on, and here I see evidence. Here is someone with a channel telling one of his moderators that this is what this group of people is about. It's really important to protect Steve from them. Yeah. So, I mean, like, don't try to gaslight me about what it is. I am not elite hacker. I am not intrusive. I try not to even violate people's, privacy. I've never recorded people without them knowing or any of that shit that they've been doing to us the entire time. Like, he even says there, I've heard their recordings. So it's like, oh, great. Yeah. I always thought this person was like recording us, and then because they would always come into the call and then leave as soon as I left. And it's just like, somebody started a whisper campaign on me because I called Red's rhetoric out 2 years ago. That's what happened to me. Yeah. That's all it took. I said, you fucker, you did this fucking shit. How dare you do this shit? And I did it publicly. Yeah. And I probably should have been a lot nicer at the time, but I wasn't. And did my video get a lot of coverage? No, it got about, 500 views or something. But because I did that, I became public enemy number 1 or something. So I don't know. That's my story. I think I figured it all out about me, but the rest of it involves people who were actually physically together and had used to socialize in person together. You have to keep that in the back of your mind. These are people who knew each other. Yeah. Some of them decided to weaponize their channels against those that didn't have them. Yeah. And that's the danger in weaponizing your YouTube channel, like Jimmy's doing, right?
Yeah.
Because honestly, when you start conducting drama against individuals, it starts to hurt, and then people that are hurt will strike back. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I tried to just walk away from Jimmy's page. And I know that there are people who are all the time up in Jimmy's comments and trying to, fight back, as it were. And I don't fault them. I just needed to walk away for my own sanity, it's never been, I've always been like,
I was muted. I get that. I kind of get that about you just from watching a few of your Jimmy Snow videos. Yeah. That you're processing shit. And that's sometimes people process the shit they've been through on the internet. They process it. I saw people doing that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think that's where I think my audience came in and they were like, hey, you remember that shit with Non Sequitur Show? What do you know about it? Because it was connected to Jimmy in that way. Like, hey, remember when Jimmy had us all go follow Non Sequitur Show? What happened with that? I think was the comment that I got from somebody.
So Jimmy always struck me as, I don't know, dare I say the word extra? And same with,
I'm sorry, I'm an old
same
person.
same with KJP, right? So I kind of took one look at him and went, nope, not for me. And I just kind of have left them alone, right? But like, I'm hearing all these things about Jimmy and stuff like that. And what's interesting is Steve seems to be jumping at anything that's hearsay, and he's like, "This is fact," and he's just sliding in things like that, and that was kind of interesting to watch because like, I'd probably hold off and saying this shit unless it's like like maybe be a little bit careful.
I would
But
not want to
yeah,
be a YouTuber. I would not want to be a popular YouTuber.
Yeah.
Not for all the tea, not for all of the money in the world. Honestly,
not
it's
for all
kind
the tea.
yeah, I was gonna say
You can
tea
pay
in
me in tea.
China, but I don't know where that came from. It comes from being an old person. But like I wouldn't want to do it. Like it just looks like it looks like a lot of emotional work and mental, and like you have to come up with ideas and you have to do it on a regular basis. Like you'll get pulled out of the algorithm if you don't stream every week, or a couple times. It just doesn't look like a fun job to me. I'd rather work at Walmart.
And some people feel like they're beholden to their subscribers, and then they try to start pleasing them. And you'll see like that shift. All of a sudden, you'll see a shift where somebody starts trying to please. Like I remember watching the trend where it was the debate me bro kind of guys, and they would like trend into, and they started like in the great debate kind of debate me thing, and then they started trending towards Brexit and nationalism and stuff like that because they found a niche of followers, and then they created a bubble with that, and then they would cater to them, and it was like they were locked in. It was weird, and it was just watching people's, dare I say, downfall almost. I don't know how to describe it, but it's weird. Oh,
Somebody's calling.
DoorDash is here.
That's
It's
my
Aiden.
doorbell, but I don't know why my like I heard it
Don't
knock
get
first, so
swatted.
I don't know. I gotta
Don't
go
get
figure out.
swatted, honey. Okay, all right.
I'm scared.
Don't get swatted. It's like,
Oh my God.
Oh,
I hope not. God.
holy shit. Oh,
Oh man.
it's one of the Katie Joy haters. They're targeting Savage Minnow now.
They're coming for you.
It's Amazon.
My gosh. Amazon ringing the doorbell? Usually
I
they
love
just throw
that
your
doorbell.
package and then run off. I know it's like
Yeah.
old fashioned. Boom, boom.
How's everybody in the chat doing? We haven't checked in at all. Dad's here.
You're in
Let's see.
Thing. Good
You
day.
get nothing. Good day, sir. Everyone is dumber for having listened to what you had to say. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Mercy on your soul.
She is Savage Minnow is right now on the Holy Spackles channel, and she's live on this stream right now.
Of course
And,
she is. To the surprise of fucking nobody.
They have 5 watching.
You need to load up their stream, and then they load up our stream, and then we can respond to each other finally.
Watch this stream. I can.
Oh God, that's the right. That's the way they want this to be going down.
That's the way
want.
Yeah,
They want
of course
to be
it is.
victim or something.
Yeah. They killed the stream, by the way. So like
There is no point.
okay, is there anything interesting?
It's like the standard is convenience. That's what it is. If it's convenient,
Right.
convenient for her,
Sanitizer.
it's a standard. If it's not convenient for her, then it's not a standard at all. So yeah. It's
Right.
quite
My
obvious
standard
now.
for what?
And she'll go to people who will mollycoddle her, who will tell her, "No, honey, you're fine. You're fine. You did everything fine. You're doing
Look at
good.
how
You
much they're
No, I didn't. No,
harassing
like
you. Look
I
at how
just.
they're twisting what you've said as I play it and show exactly what she said.
Wow. Is everything
people-
fine?
I don't know if they can survive in the real world. Some of these people, I really don't.
Well, clearly Chess can't.
So Chesh lives with her mom, right?
I don't know.
I mean,
don't
no
know
offense
right
to
now.
that, because I know there's a lot of people my age that
She-
live with their mom.
She
but-
seems like
Yeah.
she's moved a couple times that we know of. And
Okay.
we know of somebody that by accident ran into her in real life, and at the time she was employed, but now she's unemployed, and who knows? Now, who knows?
There's a lot of people who are unemployed, though. I can't knock her
Yeah.
for that. I really
Oh
can't.
no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who
like,
knows
it
right now?
doesn't matter. Like I think she just I don't know. Like I don't know if any of these people who are talking understand how social environments are. Like
I'm not opposed to like going on her stream. I think she thinks that like I'm like okay, here's the thing. If she promises not to fucking bump the desk or eat while I'm on stream with her because it just like it hurts my ears.
Bump
like
the desk.
Yeah, some people
she
are like
has I think she has her microphone on like a desk stand as opposed to like on an arm, and she'll put her hands on the desk. And I know that it is like one of those like low grade noises that like 98% of people probably can't even freaking hear, but it is like I can like feel it. I can't even really hear it very much, but I can feel it every time she does it, and it's like in the back of my head, and it's just like, ooh, like
I have mine like that, and I'm very aware of not to put my elbow on my desk or anything because you can hear it. Look, hear it? That's what would happen.
That's the noise. That's the noise. Yeah.
I have to sit back away from that. Yeah.
And I've said like if she can agree to not eat and not like knock on her desk or whatever, tap her desk while I'm on stream with her, I'd be fine with going on stream with her. But I like had to seriously stop myself from like watching her stream yesterday. I was like, I can't do that. Like I want to, but I can't.
Because of the noise, the auditory. Yeah. Are you an ASMR person?
No, I don't get an ASMR response, but I am autistic, and I don't know if that's something about being on the spectrum. My wife did show me how to like record it and like take that sound out of it for like to do like a reaction video of it. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. So
yeah, sometimes I'll do that. I'll take the noise out as best I can.
And it does work. It's just unfortunately I can't really do that live.
No. Nobody can. I don't even think Unirock can do it.
Yeah, if there's a way to do it, I'd love to find out. But
okay, so being that I'm a meanie, I'm gonna play this real quick just because we need some comedy relief.
Do it.
Let me state the question again. In today's incarnation of the two ideologies of liberalism, conservatism, which of those ideologies is working more towards a level playing field for all? Saka.
In the modern climate right now, I would say that a lot of the ideas that are put forward by social liberalism is doing that.
Okay, Cheshire.
Fuck off,
Tyler.
What?
I've seen
Why do I have
this.
to fuck off?
I've seen this.
Eat a dick.
Like she's just being a toddler. Misophonia. Is that what it's called? Did I say it right?
Misophonia.
Misophonia. Yeah, it's like it's like a tightness in the back of my head. It's like it's hard to explain. Shock mounts can help it deaden desk noise.
Oh, I need to get one of those. Yeah.
So part of me, I'm afraid that they're just going to constantly attack you. Eventually, they're going to peter out if you just
ignore them.
Ignore them. They hate being ignored.
A lot of people use the strategy of just ignoring them, and that's really a good strategy. But I feel like I just am trying to just create a space for people who see this stuff to talk about it. And that's what basically I'm doing it with Holy Spackle from time to time and on my channel every once in a while. Yeah. But and certainly Unirock has done that. And we're hoping that like he just ignores them now too, if he can. But you know, giving them attention doesn't work. If they would just come out of their bubble and start to like sit and talk with the people they have the problem with, maybe with a mediator or something, it would help. But
or Manya.
No, yeah, Manya. Yeah,
Manya's excellent.
Oh God, no, thank you. But yeah,
yeah, no, I was just joking. She was the mediator for me and Steve, and it was just like, why? Like we were doing fine until you got unmuted, and then it like got ramped up when you started mediating. Like I don't.
When Cheshire jumped in, it got worse. But like, see, this is the thing. Like they thrive on the negative stuff, and they're very unhappy. And their whisper campaign didn't work, and you know things have fallen apart for them, and so they're just kind of miserable. I don't know. Every once in a while, we'll do some streams. Like we were planning on doing a stream on them on Monday, weren't we?
Yeah, I'll probably still do it, but yeah, I don't know. there it
Just to
was
push back. People appreciate it
Yeah.
when you do. They don't say so sometimes. Like there are people who've been targeted in their real lives by these folks,
Mhm.
and that's the part I
Yeah.
don't appreciate.
Let's just say
And
this.
that's the
Somebody called my work, for instance. Somebody. And that somebody called my work about the same time AT2 Productions and Look a Pig were saying it'd be a shame if we called your employer or people that you knew and let them know that you were in the Discord for red pill religion. I advise you to get out of that and maybe stop talking and maybe get JD to retract that TST about Red's rhetoric. It'd be a shame, you know. And they go, "Oh, we don't dox people. We don't dox people." But like I'm just saying, the timing of it was really suspect. They were
and
doing
that's
things
the
like that.
thing is that it's like a lot of times I don't think that it is even technically them. Like I did not start getting trolls until Steve started talking about me and saying, "Oh, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't troll
Mhm.
Savage."
Yeah.
And
Right.
I say at the top of my stream, literally every one of my streams, don't go and bully and harass these people. And I mean it. And I mean it. And I think that my audience knows that I mean it, and I haven't seen any of my audience members trolling and harassing people in the chats. I have seen a couple of them. I love you guys, like jumping in and holding your own, but no personal attacks, no doxing, no harassment. Like, I mean, those are my rules, you know, and they follow those elsewhere also. So
Yeah, I don't dox. I don't want to dox people. Like, you know, that shit's stupid. There's no reason to like be racist or anything like that. Like you can literally snark your way through the internet just fine. You know, like you don't need all that extra.
exactly, yeah, you could. And that's somebody asked me for an invite to the Discord, and I was like, you know, these are my rules, but I cannot guarantee that it will be free of snark. Like there will be plenty of snark and sarcasm, so beware, you know.
Yeah. That's how we get through it.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Well, and it's a balance, right? So like like there are times where like, you know, I will go for something that's a little bit more meaner and more direct. Like Manya, I think it's mean to say Manya buys her friends. I think it's mean. I also think it's true. And that's why it's mean.
Somebody said I think it was $122 that she spent
At
on
least. And then
Super chats.
she just spent
Just
another
give her the money
75 today.
directly.
Yep.
It's like, why are you doing that? Doesn't YouTube take like 40% or something?
Yeah, it's for
Mm.
show. It's maybe to encourage other people to super chat. So one of the reasons why, like for instance, I'll just give a clue. I have super chatted Nate and Drag in the past. Those are a couple
Yeah.
people that I super chat occasionally, is to try to get the ball rolling, to give them some cheers or whatever, and as a friend. But Manya super chats high dollar amounts. These are like $50 and $25, not just $5 here or whatever. Like, and you're thinking like, dang, like with all the money these cats throw around, they could have set Steve up with like a nice like
Apartment.
modeled house or an
A
apartment.
mobile home, yeah.
Yeah, something like instead of him living in a closet like a hobo, like it's just kind of sad the way that they're doing it.
And meanwhile, here I am asking wifey, like, "Hey, can we afford to like do the $5 tier on?" Or like, we're probably at the $1 tier, right? We're okay.
Subscriptions. Yeah. I have to justify that to myself too, because we're not, you know, very wealthy. But like I was like, okay, Brian, you can have some of you get some certain number of subscriptions and I'll get a certain number of subscriptions for the stuff that we watch. And you know, and you limit it. Yeah.
We do the vast majority of like our Patreon money goes to Diana the Lavender Lady, and she's going through some health stuff right now and having issues pay for it. And we've talked about it, and it's like she's an important lady to us.
I saw some stuff about her, and she's got doesn't she have
she's on dialysis.
Dialysis.
She's got kidney
right?
problems. I try to share her links when I see them. Yeah.
I felt so bad because when I saw her fundraiser, it was at the height of when we were exposing fraudulent fundraisers.
Right.
And like,
right.
I was like, okay, I'm aware that there's this group of people who actually have a tight knit social circle over here who are pioneering on and just doing their thing. Yeah. While the rest of us are like out here yammering about these fraudulent fundraisers, people faking cancer and people pretending like they need 10 months worth of rent in advance, $10,000 to get out of a lease, and then they just blow it. Yeah. And so like that type of thing was really it was actually upsetting because I looked at her story and what she was dealing with, and she was very close to being seriously, morbidly in danger, and if she didn't have these treatments.
I was
So
I
I
was
felt
afraid.
bad.
I was afraid. I was thinking, "Oh my God, she's gonna die, and
Yeah.
we're gonna one day stop hearing about it." Because she's just like, yeah, I can't afford this, and my kidneys are shutting down." And I'm like, "Oh my God, like this isn't cool," And yeah,
She's so brave about it too. Like there have been a few times where she's broken down a little bit on stream and just kind of but I've followed her for years, and what she's going through right now, like I said, like me and wifey talked about it, and that's where the
Yeah.
majority of her Patreon funds go.
If you have her Patreon, I'll put it in the
Yeah.
like
yeah.
I can grab it real quick.
The
in the
other person
private.
that's going through a hard time too is I don't know if you know
You're a
the
mod.
channel. I don't know if you know the channel Be Not Be.
No,
Yeah. I
don't.
just found it.
Oh, you might like it. So like that is a channel that's like
It's little.
it's a little channel, but everybody kind of lays their little guns on the table, their knives on the table, internet knives, like in Minecraft. And they
Okay.
go, we're going to sit down at this table and we're going to chill and be humans and human and talk and be respectful and kind and not a dick and chill. And
Nice.
there are like sometimes you see like I don't know folks from like Math Pigs kind of corner of the world, folks from my corner of the world, like Christopher Mowdy's been on there, I've been on there. Sometimes it's like the shills, like shills used to hang out with Red Rhetoric, like just sort of like all sorts of people kind of float in and out. Neil, the atheist, comes in. Randolph
Randolph.
Richardson, people float in and out, and Diane's been on there, and so like they're running also. Jenny, I guess, is needing a car so that she can go to her medical exams as well. She's also a trans woman who has had some adversity financially, and they're also doing that. So like both of Diane and also Jenny, both they know each other. Even they need some help. So that shit, like I'm down for. Like you show me like what to share, I'll share it. Like I want to support them. Yeah.
Well, I sure appreciate it. I'm gonna also copy and paste her channel.
I'm gonna put
I'm sure
this
people
link. I
know
don't
it,
know
but
if anybody can afford to help the Lavender Lady.
you have her. I was looking for her GoFundMe link. I have somewhere.
That's her Patreon. Oh, okay.
I know I shared it on Twitter at one point, but I don't have it handy. My Twitter is a dump heap.
And like I said, this poor lady was suffering and needed her the community to help her when we were exposing when Unirock and us were exposing the fraudulent fundraisers, that some of these Muppets are just too dumb to know when somebody's conning them. So we were giving them a hard time about that. Is that her YouTube channel? Yeah, that's her YouTube channel in the live chat. But we're looking for her. Oh, there's her GoFundMe. Okay.
You got it?
Here's a
there it is.
GoFundMe. If anybody can help, this has been going on for a long time. So if you can't help this week, maybe next week or whatever.
Yeah, let me link it.
I'm going to donate a little something.
She's unfortunately, Diana's going to be needing treatments until she is able to get a transplant. And right now, her situation is not such that they are even actually able to put her on the transplant list.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah.
And mind you, like just so you know, like for any of the haters that may be lurking like Golden Unicorn, this GoFundMe is not put on by us. Nobody here has touched it. This is all a Lavender Lady, and so like it's just
somebody who I like to support, but I'm not in any way involved financially whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, she's been around for a while, and I see sometimes I'll tune into her. I think it's over the weekend sometimes. Her and Bionic Dance stream together sometimes, and they'll
Yeah.
pop in. And I'm always shocked that they don't have enough viewers. Like they only have like 5 viewers or something, and they're just chatting, like, you know, chit-chatting about life and stuff like that. But I'm kind of surprised that they don't have more, because Bionic Dance kind of has her own
Yeah.
kind of following. But like, yeah, like go in, say hi, be cool, like, you know,
Yeah, totally.
give them attention. You
Yeah.
know?
Tell
I
them we
think-
sent you.
Yeah.
Tell
So-
him the savage minnow sent you.
Oh yeah, well I changed my my username recently, and she has not gotten used to the new one yet. So yeah, go tell her that Savage Minnow sent
Savage
you,
Minnow.
and
Minnow of the
she'll just
savage
be like,
variety.
I kept on calling you Sinister Minnow because like Sinister poor
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
There's a barbaric bass now in
It's evil
chat.
sea creatures. That's evil water living dwelling creatures. That's thing. It's like
I've
in my
been
head.
Savage Minnow since I was like 14 years old. Like this has been my gamer tag for like
really?
forever. Yes.
You had it first. Okay,
Yeah.
Sinister Porpoise, you are on notice, girl.
Oh, but Sinister Porpoise already had the name Sinister Porpoise when I met them. So
Right.
I'm pretty sure that they are completely
It's a link in my brain. Plus, you're 2 people that have small channels. When you started talking about Steve McRae and got a lot of crap for it, so
that
that's
is
it links
ironic.
up in my brain. Yeah.
Oh, and both are neuroatypical. Both of you.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yes.
Also, Porpoise is
Maybe I need to change my name.
a trans woman.
Trans women. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So there's
I'm
like
married
all
to a
these brain
trans woman.
connection. Yep. Oh.
I did get a hate rate a while back, and I think some people were a little bit confused because they were like, "You'll never be a real woman," and I'm like, "I'm non-binary," so I'm like, "Thank you." Like I like.
Was your hate rate on Twitch? It's like all the things like Ethan. I don't know if you saw Ethan in chat, but Ethan's been talking about that. The hate rating in Twitch has been a real problem.
Yeah, he's been supporting a woman on there that's been getting
Raven.
botted. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Wreck-It Raven. Yeah.
It only happened to me once, but I think probably because I like took it so well, I was like, "Oh, I feel special. I'm like important enough for you guys to hate."
Oh,
Right?
you hate enough to come over.
Thanks.
Did they say that they were part of Wayne? Did they talk about Wayne?
I had to shut it down pretty quickly because it was like just going and going and going and going and going, and I was just like, okay, well, I was kind of at the end of what I was gonna say anyway, so
peace out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this Wreck-It Raven ended up becoming a Twitch affiliate in no time just because of all that.
Right.
So like it just had the opposite effect.
Yeah, it was
on
really
her.
strange. Yeah. Did you see the shade that well, we'll be reviewing it probably Monday, but the shade that Cheshire threw at me when I joined the chat, and they were like, "Oh, let's play with her," and then like Manya's like, "She sounds upset." I'm like, "Oh, I'm so upset, Manya. I'm so upset, very upset."
When did that happen?
and it was when I was playing in chat, and they're like, and then Chesh goes, "Holy Spackle can stay if she's not racist or homophobic or transphobic." And I'm like, when have I fucking been any of those things? What?
I was just like, wait, what? Like, and I'm like scrolling through. I'm like, did I miss something?
And then I said I'm bisexual, so it'd be pretty like self-hating to be homophobic. Well, you can be homophobic and bisexual. I'm like, oh my god.
You can,
I guess I
but
could be a TERF maybe, like, but like I like no, like what?
Pigs in Space said they're super mad. Are they right now super mad? Like, what are they doing at this moment?
I hope, Manya, you're super mad.
I know they're super
invite
mad.
Manya on here, and she like didn't. Yeah, like come on.
Did you give her the link?
I don't think I don't think people are allowed to come over here. Like,
Let's be friends.
Yeah, like I'm trying to like be friends with everybody.
That's not gonna work.
The
I
only
know.
person I will never.
But
be
not
friends
because
with is
you guys
Steve.
won't let me be friends with them. Like that's the thing, though. Is it's not.
Okay, so like fact. So Sokka blipped in a second ago, Sokka was in the fuck you video. Sokka is somebody I respect, somebody that I've been on his channel before, somebody that honestly runs circles around me in philosophy, very smart guy. Dude wanted to be Switzerland. He's like, I know there's drama and I might watch the drama and lulls at the drama, but I really just want to be here for the conversation. So like, I'm going to hang out with Steve and we're just going to have conversations. Like, and I'm going to try my best to have a conversation about philosophy and, you know, things like that. And like, sure enough, the Goblin finally got her way and hammered him out of there. Like, boom, get out, you know, ban hammer. Like, it just took a while, but like, all he had to do was say, that's not what happened to Red's rhetoric and Steve. And like, oop, how dare you usurp authority? Lucifer Almighty. Again, somebody that want to be Switzerland, boom, gone. Trash Panda, another one that want to be Switzerland, boom, gone. So like they'll jump on the Switzerland people.
He questioned something that they were claiming that wasn't actually true, and that he knew it wasn't true. And that was it. And he asked the question very politely, as far as I remember, and that was it. Gone, because you can't go against their Mick narrative.
Their Mick narrative, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Mick narrative.
I was drinking and it like caught me. I love it.
No,
Well, they want to call me a McCrazy, which am I okay to say that on here? Sorry, I should have asked before. Okay. I don't like to use that word on my stream because it's something that like my viewers have said like, hey,
it bothers them.
Yeah, exactly. And so I have tried to dial back my own language on stream. And I know Justice has said that she has watched my streams. And I'm like, you keep jumping on this and calling me a McCrazy when you know like that's kind of offensive to my viewers.
Yeah.
Like, I don't personally have a problem with it. Like, it doesn't upset me personally, but I have a problem with it like for that. You know what I mean? It's like it's not a trigger for me. But because it's a trigger for some of my audience, it like kind of irks me.
So because you're trying to be sensitive to people's needs and your audience and stuff like that, and I get it. For me, I mean, again, I'm a Gen X, so like I might be of that, like, you know, we're still trying to learn how to not say certain words that start with an R and grow up out of that, right? Like I try my best not to let that slip. I think it let it slip on stream and I had to apologize. I
said
know
nuts recently. I said, "Are you nuts?" to Manya.
Right.
And I was like, "Oh God, I probably just offended somebody. I didn't mean to."
Yeah, we're trying to learn how to do it.
It's part of my language.
But like at the same time, I mean, guess what? Hey, I have anxiety. I have depression. I have CPTSD. I talk about it. Like I understand like this is a real thing that 1 in 4 people have a mental illness. Like most people in our chat, you can probably pick 4 people out of every or one person out of every 4 person in chat and you probably have something, right? So like I understand that it's so prevalent. But I mean, I think what we mean to say when we say crazy is not like the way
We should just find a better language. That's
we
okay.
could
It's a
erratic,
challenge.
maybe like or
or just say what you're trying to say differently. Like instead of saying what I said, I could have said, "Okay, that is absolutely just not what I'm hearing. I don't know how you're hearing it."
It's ridiculous. It's wild. It's there's so many other words that I've learned to use in my vocabulary when I removed that one.
Other words are other ways of saying things. And like I said, I just did it. I did it in your server. I said it in your server, but right after I did, I was like, ugh.
Yes, irrational is a good one when it's like it's a serious issue. It's not.
Yeah, we're trying to learn better words, right? Another bad word is hysterical. Like that's actually a bad word, like because of the
connotations.
Yeah, or hysteria. Sorry, you're just in hysteria, right? The connotations are women-based. Like it's a problematic word, right? So we're learning and trying to get better, but it is a bad habit for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's one that we're trying to break, and I try to be also like with my parents' generation. I'm sure not all of you know, but my wife and I were together before she came out. So, like telling my parents, like, hey, there was a time when my mom literally just said, like, hey, if I ever say the wrong pronouns, like, I just want you to know. She said to my wife, like, I just want you to know, like, I love you and I respect you and I respect who you are. And if I mess up, I'm sorry, and please feel free to correct me, but know that it wasn't done out of hatred, you know, or anything like that. So, and yeah, my mom has gotten to where like she's great, but like there were a couple times where she slipped up and used the wrong pronouns, but like it wasn't out of hate; it was she was learning.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's some of us that are just older. We're from a generation where we didn't even think twice about our language in those ways, you know.
So it doesn't mean that I have like a
I'm
F
trying.
you, I don't care. Like it's not that. It's just I try to get better. But I think as long as we try to, I hope, as long as we try to not harm people just for the lulls and sake of that, you know, and try to help, you know, I don't know, help those that are struggling with that, with normalize it in a way like that, you know, like it's really common. It's not something that people should be ashamed of. It's just something that we, you know, it's mental
We're
health.
bad
It's like
people.
physical health.
Just
It's just like
shush.
physical health.
We're
We're
bad
bad people.
Exactly.
I'm a horrible person. That's right. I'm a
Yeah.
horrible.
Okay.
In fact, Steve says I'm psychopathic and I have serious mental problems. So just so you're aware, you know, and
I
Steve
also have
would know.
serious mental. I
Me
have a
too.
serious mental illness.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I'm upfront
crazy.
about it.
I like he's used the worst language with me. Like, I don't know, exiled, but like I'm crazy and like everybody should go talk to her and attack her. Without saying that, Steve has tried that shit on me a couple of times. But like I don't care. It's like I am here for 2 years now on these social media platforms to take shit from that fucker. And if he wants to dish it out to me, go right ahead. I just ask that he does it instead of using others to do it. That's my challenge to Steve.
I kind of feel a little bit slighted that like he actually was nice and polite to me and he was like, okay, like I think that like you're, you know, like we kind of came to an understanding where we were okay with each other. And then like I don't know if he sent Chesh after me or if she like decided on her own, but I was just like, wait.
No, she would never do that. She is her own mind. She's an independent woman. Yeah, she is. And
it's convenient for me to have a head injury. Thanks.
Yeah, that was Cheshire that said that. Cheshire said
they said the same thing about me having cancer.
Right.
Yeah.
She uses her head injury when it's convenient, and then she went and then she backed off on the chair like she does, you know, because she's like, I don't know. She's like, I laid the facts down. And I'm like,
let me tell you how convenient this head injury is. Like, oh my gosh.
You know what? The stuff that you're doing in making videos and like taking notes and, you know, just processing all this shit is probably helpful to you. I don't know. But like that doesn't mean you have to know everything all at once. Put it all together. Like tomorrow, you could go talk to them and say, okay, I see what you're saying. You know, like I get your side of things. But they won't even talk to you because you actually are now tainted from sitting in a live stream with us.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Minnow. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I'm being love bombed. Yes. like that's so now I'm tainted and therefore they won't talk to me. Like I think it's silly. Like I absolutely would still go and sit with them in a stream and talk to them in a stream.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I don't have issues with them because I have issues with them, but like all of my issues with them are public and it's not like, there are people that I like wouldn't sit in a stream with that I have issues with them literally to that level where I would not sit in a stream with you, but neither of them do I have issues with them to that level yet. We'll see when I watch the rest of Judge's stream.
2 years ago, I said what I said about Steve. Like I would not go anywhere near him on a friendly basis and, you know, talk to him not until he apologizes for the crap that he put on the community when it comes to Earl David Warden, right? That's it. I don't want to be around somebody who has that much of an ego that he'll let people carry on for years over it. Yeah. he should have put a stop to it. If he's got people in his circle that are upset by this issue, you would think that he would try to do what he could to stop it. But no, they just keep going on and on and on about it. Anyway, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Well, I was just saying, like, the thing with Warden is, and I said this in my video to Steve, it is one of the first things that come up. Like, that I found on my own.
Yeah.
Like, and then I'm, like, trying to find people, like, people are saying, oh, on his camp, oh, no, he just had him on as a guest, whatever. Okay, but, like, did he, like, say, hey, this is... No.
He did all of the things that you see in the screenshots on my video. And more. Even his people who were following him and pretty good sizable chunks of donations coming in on the super chats. I'm thinking of Insidious Vids here. Even Insidious Vids was just like, I can't anymore, Steve. I'm done. Yeah.
He just doubled down. Doubled down.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, you could have said early on, like, you weren't aware until people brought it up in the chat. You could have said that and been like, okay, after that stream, whatever, I'm not going to have him on again. I wasn't aware until he came on, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It wasn't relevant, so we didn't talk about it at the time, but I'm not going to have him on anymore.
Right. No, but he didn't. He went to bat for this guy and started spouting his lies. And here's the thing. In that community, there were people who exposed Earl in their own community, the auditing community. These people took a lot of harassment from Earl for doing that. Okay. I'm thinking of Teresa R here, the woman who went and said, like, wait, something's off. And she looked and she found his records. Yeah. Because he's on the the offender registry for life. So it wasn't hard to find. But like, she took a lot of crap for that. Steve was literally giving this woman crap in a live chat during Modern Day Debate. Like, he was lying about her and spouting Earl's lies about her in that thing. It's sort of like,
Cutie Rock, I don't understand how somebody could know his past and, like, to see the records of what he was convicted of and then believe him. When his excuses are, oh, Romeo and Juliet laws, oh, it was my girlfriend, and then she got, his lies don't make sense.
Right.
They don't match up the court records.
These are the lies that
and
he
I tried to
used.
warn him. That's the thing. Like, I didn't hate Steve. I didn't like him, but I didn't hate him. And I was friends with Red's Rhetoric at the time. And I saw something that had nothing to do with the 1985 sexual assault thing. And I saw Warden admitting to lying to a woman about his age, much younger woman, 17. She had just turned 17. And he was like 35 or 40 or something. And he recorded his interview with the police, and the police were asking him about that incident. It wasn't a crime because she was of age, 17 years old when it happened. But he admitted that he lied to her about his age. And I thought, if I could just show this to Steve, like through Reds, that Steve would understand that the guy was no good. That, maybe he got stitched up in court. Who knows? I didn't know, what Steve thought at the time. But if he saw this interview and he saw this guy admitting to the cops, yes, I lied about my age. Yeah. That's how I got her number. Yeah. A 17-year-old at the Dairy Queen. Then maybe that would tell him he's not an honorable guy. He's not a good person.
Yeah.
But like, he didn't even want to hear that. And he associated me with the same group of people that hated him for a couple years by that time. Yeah. Right off the bat. He didn't want to hear anything. I actually I said, Steve, may I DM you on Twitter? No, you're blocked. Saw that I was friends with Fiona. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. He's just such a clown. The guy is an idiot.
Sokka wants to point out that Teresa, he also claimed that Teresa are altered documents that were released about Warden.
Okay,
I can say something on that.
I didn't
I can actually say something about that.
Right?
Yeah, please do, yeah.
Right. Yeah, there was a claim that Teresa R had altered the court documents. She posted PDFs of all the documents on her fan club site, and that's the link that's underneath my video. It's to her fan club. But then this accusation came up that she had altered documents. So I looked up Harris County Court Clerk's office, right?
Yeah.
And I registered with them. Took a while because it's difficult to register a UK telephone number.
I was wondering how you did that. Okay.
I actually had to email them
Check
and
Discord
work it out
only.
with them. And so I got registered. It's free to register. And once you're registered, you can then look at those documents online in the court's own server. And I sat and went through these documents page by page, looking for any alterations, comparing the fan club ones to the ones that the court had.
Yep.
And this was back in 1985, 1986. So a lot of it was handwritten.
Yeah.
And there were
like photocopies.
I'm that
there were
age. I'm the same age.
absolutely no differences. There were no differences. There was nothing altered. Teresa R had altered nothing.
Nothing.
But it took me days to go through these.
Yeah.
And
Meanwhile,
to find this alteration they were claiming, and there wasn't one.
They just wasted your time. They just wasted your time.
But here's what
because
the
of the
whole genesis
accusation.
that is. It's because initially the First Amendment auditors were suspicious because you know how the whole point of First Amendment auditing is we can film and the police can't stop us. They can't ask us for ID without, is it probable cause or whatever, right? And it's trying to enforce the Constitution. And every time the cops approached, Warden would whip out his ID straight away. They would all say, you've got no reason to ask for ID, but Warden would whip his out straight away and hand it over. And they were all a bit puzzled about that. And there was also instances where he would not participate in some of the filming that they were doing. And that seemed odd as well.
Wow, what are we
They asked a lot of questions about this. And finally he admitted that he had a record. And he had to admit he was on the sex offenders register. This is why he was obligated to hand over his ID if asked. Because if you're on that register, you must hand over your ID. It's also why he's not allowed a gun, because of the felony charges. And then this filming thing was to do with he couldn't be within a certain distance of schools because he's not allowed to film near kids. And he spun this yarn about, oh, it was Romeo and Juliet, blah, blah, blah. And it still didn't add up. And that's why Teresa R finally went to the court to get the records. And all of those lies that he told to the First Amendment auditors were the same lies he then told Steve and tried to get away with. And when it was pointed out, no, wait a minute, this has all been busted. Teresa R busted it back in February. That's when it then came up. Oh, well, Teresa R altered the documents.
Yeah,
These
she
were
didn't.
all Warden lies.
She didn't alter any documents, and in fact, Warden is the one who made the fake screenshot of her. So yeah, but let's check out this stuff that's going on the screen here.
So Sokka had reached out to, and mind you, Sokka was Switzerland for the longest time. He reached out to McRae, and he's finally now released his DM.
This is only a couple days after they had Warden on.
Because he has never shown me this DM before. He just finally now released it. He's like, fuck it, I'm sick of, this is fucking like his stupid lies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when he's asking about, let's see, let me scroll back.
July 9th, 2019. So that's only a couple days, a few days after Warden was on Steve's stream, I think, Sokka.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So he says, what's going on with this First Amendment auditor thing? Now, mind you, Sokka's coming from the point of view of actually like, please tell me, you know, like you're
friend.
not a cunt, right? Like, you know, he wants to give him a way out.
Yeah.
What's going on with this First Amendment auditor thing? I've seen all the documents about his 1984 conviction, as well as other charges that were laid against him recently, which would be the you know, as you know, against the children thing, right?
Yeah.
Even if the recent charges are false, he is still a convicted rapist. I just don't get why you're defending him so hard. It's confusing, man. And then Steve says, ask him, in caps. I will not get involved in a smear campaign by internet trolls, not you, who are trying to destroy someone based on half knowledge of information. Thank you. And so there's
Exactly
more.
what
Let's see here.
So he's got the secret knowledge, right?
What's the
Right.
secret knowledge?
Whatever Steve has. Yeah,
We don't know.
I
He's
don't
not
know.
told us.
Right. So there's more. Let me get to the right point here. 1 second here. I have to scroll in and out, so bear with me, please.
No. Hurry up.
Sorry, I don't have a producer.
Of course we do. Yes.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Oh God, there's more. Holy shit, Sokka. Oh dear.
You don't have a producer? What?
I don't have a
Sokka
producer.
and Steve were friends at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
It took Sokka a while before he.
Yeah, a long way. Because, like, again, like, he's not for the drama. He's here to have good conversations.
Yeah.
But like, he's still got morals. And that's the thing that it's like my audience is like, oh, he's like, oh, making it all about like this thing. No, my audience, like I said, it was a crafting gaming community that like heard me get kind of upset about this thing about Jimmy, and like some of them were there for that because like we're all kind of in the same community, and like it's just it's so frustrating to me. So yeah, it's like I was in the same place. Yeah, like I came to him from a completely neutral standpoint, and he's like, you came to attack me.
Okay. So,
sorry.
He responds and says, I have read the papers and I think it's bullshit. I have the documents and I know damn well who released with them. And with their own spin, I am amazed just how little critical thinking some people do when they don't objectively look at the details that don't add up. But you do you. I'd rather side with the side of being ethical and honorable rather than jump on a bandwagon of a very, very convoluted story, and the facts just don't add up. His story is far more credible to me.
But like they were just like, oh, anyway, something to think about. Consider the matter drop now. And then he
But wait a minute, his story didn't even line up with the facts. As in, like, the court documents.
Right.
This is,
and then he goes and says with the NSS saying, go look at the court documents. Go look at the court,
right?
court documents.
Yeah.
Well,
And they're not even.
Steve's first
they didn't even
attempt.
get to court.
Steve's first attempt at spinning the warden thing was Romeo and Juliet. He was 23, she was 17. Her parents hated him and so insisted he get prosecuted. Number one, in Texas, the law says at 17, it's legal, right? Not 18, 17. Number two, for it to be Romeo and Juliet, it has to be boyfriend and girlfriend. They were perfect strangers. Number three, the victim was 23, the same age as Warden. So, I'm sorry.
The one that he got convicted of. And there were four victims that were complaining victims, but they only were able to prosecute one because back then they would kind of just like, this was back in 86.
I don't even go near those cases. I don't go near them. I just concentrate on the one he was convicted for. So, when your first attempt is using fake facts, he was 23, she was 17. Her parents hated him, insisted on the prosecution when no law had been broken. No, his story didn't add up. And he tried that story with the First Amendment auditors. And the way he got round it was to go to the 1996 incident at Dairy Queen when he was 35 and the girl was 17. And he did 5 years for that. But he didn't do 5 years because the girl was 17 and they were having sex in a public place. He did 5 years because when the cops found him with that girl, he had a gun in the car. And as a felon, he wasn't allowed a firearm. And it was the second time he'd been found in possession of a firearm.
Yeah. So when they say that Earl never spent any time in prison for that,
He did.
He did
So
because
basically
he
walked
broke
twice.
parole. Yeah. So, I mean,
And
he
he,
did.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but he used a gun in
Yes. Oh, yeah.
in the attack that he was convicted for.
I had to wade through that police report.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, that
doesn't
was.
name the victim.
Okay, so like this is like the nightmare that you are afraid if you have children, of it happening. And
Yes.
yeah.
This is why you tell girls don't take rides from strangers, and even
Yeah.
not even that. It's like this is why you call somebody if you get pulled over by the police and it seems a little sketchy. Call somebody.
Yes. Or
But
record it or
This
something.
was
Yes.
1985, though.
Yeah,
We're
we
talking
Right.
a long, long
Right.
time ago.
have that.
Right.
Yeah.
But he is the reason why we tell girls that today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Men like him.
But you see, the thing is, all that information was out there. And I put my video out on I believe it was the 27th of August.
So
And I
now,
linked to all those court documents.
yes, you did.
And,
that's
still, and the way they got out of that one was to tell their following, do not watch Fiona's video because it's just full of lies.
Warden said that. He said that in the live chat of Red's Rhetoric's after show. He said, yeah, Fiona just has an axe to grind. Don't watch her. Don't even give her any attention. I have that. I copied and pasted that into my
that was
video
the
description.
Going to an axe to grind.
I couldn't believe that they let that guy in their live chat.
Yeah.
Talking about my friend Fiona. It was just horrible.
And somebody's asking, why did Steve double down on this? Well, a little birdie told me an interesting story. Steve eventually realised that he was on a hiding to nothing with this one. And he was going to say, okay, right, I was wrong. And Cheshire said, no, don't do that. Because if you admit you were wrong, they'll just go on about it for years after that.
And that's not true.
No, he wouldn't. The only reason it stayed an issue is because he refused to accept
that you were right.
He swallowed the lies of this guy, and he went after every single person.
Yep.
who
They're
was
still
trying
going
to
after
kill him.
us. They're still doing it.
Yes.
And then look at
That's why
Sokka's
it's still a
comment.
thing.
Look at Sokka's comment on the screen.
Let's have a look.
Now today, he says he only supported Earl as a First Amendment auditor. That's what he says now. He only supported.
That's what
him
he
as
said. That's
he's
what he said on the
lying
stream with
now.
me.
Yeah, he's just lying. He's trying to rewrite history, and you are busted, Mr. McCrae.
Well,
You
and I
are
asked
busted.
him. I asked him point blank. I said, "Well, if you think that he's a piece of shit, why can't you just say that you think that he's a piece of shit?"
God,
And
if somebody lied to me like that about this type of thing, I would be screaming it from the rooftops. I would be like, that motherfucker lied and told me he was innocent and gave me fake documents and made up a story. I was wrong and he's a piece of garbage. That's what I would say. And they have never done that.
Has anybody got the clip?
None of them have.
None of them. Has anybody got the clip of the honourable guy comment?
It's probably under menace to sobriety. Let me look it up.
Where Steve is now claiming that he was only talking about on being honourable in his auditing.
Thank you, Sokka.
Stuff. And when you hear Steve talking, you realise that the context has nothing to do with First Amendment auditing at all.
Actually,
this is a retcon.
I'm
He
sorry.
was specifically talking about Earl and his conviction
Uh-huh.
all along. And then all of a sudden, after he starts talking to David Silverman, it was right around the time David Silverman said,
Penis. That one.
Yep. David
And they
Silverman
were
got involved, and that Steve started sort of couching things differently. That I noticed.
I was
Okay.
just gonna ask Negative Exponus if he has that clip handy, because I have to dig for it.
Negative has everything. He's like,
Right.
he's a one man. I got it
Are
all.
you talking about when he buddies up with Silverman and he tells Silverman about the KJP thing, and then
And then we
Silverman's
asked,
response is penis.
yes,
Yeah, that one.
that's what I'm talking about. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, as that was going on Twitter, people like me and a couple of other people said, "Are you familiar with this other thing that's happened with Earl David Worden?" And he was, and he, to Dave Silverman's credit, he looked into it, and not to Dave Silverman's credit, he gave both sides, Fiona and Steve, criticism. She said, "Oh well, Fiona's not entirely right, but Steve is definitely not entirely right." And then freaking Silverman distanced himself from Steve after that. So, I mean, I think basically what happened is Silverman did not weigh in with them at all on Earl David Worden. Yeah. On that particular issue. And then you started to see other stories coming out, like the one Sokka just reminded us of. Yeah. But like Sokka also is showing us that that's a lie. That he knew what was going on the whole time and what the argument was. He's very good at trying to rewrite history. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, guys, sitting over there in your live stream bitching about us, but these are facts. They're not stuff that makes us happy. We're not over here, oh, hoo, 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 hoo. Haha, this is so funny. No, the stuff that you have done and the stuff that you've been enlisted to defending this guy from doing, Steve, is kind of sad for you that you got enlisted into doing that. And you should stop doing it for him and make him take responsibility for his own actions before you keep doing more harm to people who are calling this out correctly.
Okay,
And I
so
have
I've
to
been
say,
asked.
like,
I was
go ahead.
asked to share all the screenshots. So like I think I did, but I'll go through again and share them if I missed one. Sorry. Anyway, continue.
What were you gonna say?
I forgot.
You
It's
know?
okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's just people are like, show all the screenshots. I'm like, I thought I did, so I'm gonna reshare again.
No.
Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't see them all. Because this is important. This happened July 9th.
I think
Yeah?
it was about one of the comments. Somebody said that you guys were told not to watch Fiona or Nate's videos.
Yeah.
I've caught like a little bit of like edge from a few of Steve and Chesh's comments that they think when I say that I've like discussed these things with an attorney that it's Nate. Nate and I just met the other day, and I have seen a few of his videos. But if you watch my videos about Jimmy, you will see I come from a family of attorneys. So like it was not like
I did not know that.
Oh, wow. America has only two attorneys, Emily D. Baker and Nate.
That's apparently that's it. Yeah.
It's confusing.
Okay. Well, let's see this.
All right, we solved that. Half of the knowledge. Last question.
I'm just taking my time so that people can see it. All right. And then I'm going to stop sharing in a second, and then I'm going to go up to the next one.
Yeah, I want to hear what Sokka says because I didn't see that. Sokka said last question.
And then share screen again.
That was the last question. And then they said, but you know, like they'll drop it after that. And then Steve went into like his little tirade.
I didn't see the last question, and Sokka's questions are very good. I wouldn't want him grilling me on anything. I'd be scared.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't goof up there. All right. And then I think what I missed was Sokka's big speech here. So let me open this up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sokka's just reminding us of that.
All right.
Or just read it if you can't show it for some reason.
No, just give me a second. I have to do a couple hoops before I show it. Otherwise, I show like all of Discord constantly, and I don't
we are
want
doing this all live.
Yes.
So.
Where mistakes are made.
We're professionals. So,
Oh,
right, share
I
screen.
forgot to check when I came on. Are we all she, her pronouns, or anybody else other pronouns?
I go by she, her. They is acceptable. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
She,
Yeah,
her. Yeah.
I think I go by oi, you.
She does too. Yeah, we're cis women.
Okay.
All right.
I'm pronoun
Fiona.
indifferent, but I just wanted to check because sometimes I forget to check for other people, and
Oh, thank
because
you.
I don't. Yeah.
Okay. So Sokka says last question, and then I'm going to drop this and move on. This isn't just about him. I'm concerned about whether he lied to you. I'm your
To
friend,
you.
Steve. I'm your friend, Steve, and the only context I care about is whether or not this will hurt you. Have you seen the 1984 court and arrest papers that
That the state he impersonated
Thank you.
an officer, tied up a 24-year-old woman and raped her in an alley? That's what he went to jail for, and it was as well before he was an auditor. Maybe he's rehabilitated as it was 30 years ago, but still, wouldn't it be better to acknowledge he is a convicted rapist rather than appear to defend or deny it? That's what I don't get.
Okay.
Anyways.
And then there's more. So like I'm putting these in order so they make more sense. Okay. So I stopped sharing that. I'm going to go ahead and reshare the next one.
Thank you. That was, I mean,
this is very helpful because Sokka and Steve were friends. Yeah.
It's tough to hear that. It's tough to hear the details of the case, but it is important. It is important that you guys see that it's not Romeo and Juliet. Like it's not
consensual. Yeah.
Exactly. It's not in any way consensual whatsoever.
So anyway, something to think on the matter. Consider it drop now. And that's when he says, I've read the papers. I think it's bullshit. I've seen the documents and I know damn well who released with them with their own spin. And then he talks about he's amazed how some people have little critical thinking.
Wow.
I'm sorry. It's going to get me a little bit emotional because it is just like,
woman,
I've read those documents too.
This woman testified about what happened to her in court.
Yes.
Before others. That's another part of it. Just that alone. Like not to mention what she dealt with that night with him. Yeah. What she experienced and what she went through. But she actually had to talk about it while being grilled. Yeah.
In 1985.
Exactly. When they were asking questions like what kind of what did you wear? Did you enjoy it? That kind of shit.
Yeah. What were you doing out so late? Yeah. You just got out of the bar. Yeah. I know.
Denying that a rape exists is a form of rape apology. And I know that you guys have been very careful not to call him a rape apologist. I will call him a rape apologist.
I will now. Yeah. I will now. After he went and did all that. Yeah.
See, I'm still
so
not
is
there.
Red's rhetoric. So is Cheshire.
I can't. And the reason
I won't put those words in your mouth. I'm saying for me, I believe he's a rape apologist.
See, the reason I can't do it is because his motivation.
Wow.
To be a rape apologist, your motivation has been to completely minimise rape. And I don't think that's what he's doing. What he's on is looking after number one, i.e. looking after Steve, i.e. he can't admit he was wrong. His motivation is different. And I think he fell into the apologetic argument accidentally because he couldn't admit he'd made a mistake.
Wait, can you put that back up?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
How did we miss that?
What did
just
I miss?
where you just were, Holy.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Yeah. Wait, up. Objectively look at the details that don't add up, but I'd rather side on the side of being ethical and honorable rather than jump on a bandwagon of very, very convoluted story and facts don't add up. His story is far more credible to me. That is rape apologetics. This woman, as convoluted a story as it is, which it's not convoluted until you get a pathological liar trying to fool you about it. Yeah. Then it becomes convoluted. breathe.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's upsetting. It is, but like I'm a little jaded because it's been 2 years of this.
And the worst part about this is he enlisted these other people into doing his freaking bidding for 2 years now of defending him about his bad judgment and his bad behavior and his let these other people, due to their hatred of Fiona, go after her, go after me, go after Heretic, go after Holy Spackle, because we decided to draw a line in the sand and just say, no, you're not gaslighting us on this. We've seen the court records. I myself am the same age as that victim. Yeah, I know what was going on back then. I can relate to the circumstances of the time. Not what she went through, but to the circumstances of the time. Yeah.
I just, and this is something that like I've dealt with, and so I'm able to talk about it, but I was assaulted when I was very young, and because it was a person that my family was familiar with,
yeah,
when my mom heard his side of it, she believed him. And looking back on that now as an adult, I can realize that like in her mind, if she believed him, then that didn't happen to her daughter.
Yeah.
Like that was her motivation for believing him, was that like that didn't happen to me. And like I said, we've dealt with it now, and me and my mom are in a great place and we've talked about it. But just because that was a motivation to self-preservation doesn't mean that it didn't hurt me. You know?
I know. Yeah.
And that's when I see Steve denying that it happened, like that's what it brings up for me. That's
but he has.
He was speaking on behalf of Warden. Yeah.
I'm really sorry that happened to you. Really,
Me
I think everybody in this room has had something happen to them, right? And I'm
It's just so crazy.
sorry for your pain.
So many of us have. Yeah.
And when I hear Manya say that something has happened to her, it even hurts my heart. Like even though I'm on the other side of the fence and I'm playing ping pong against her, right? Like I hate it. I hate that that's happened to anybody, and I'm so sorry.
I'm sure it does hurt them, but who they should be blaming is Steve, not us.
I wanted to say, like, it is really common for people when they know the person to go, Coach Brown wouldn't do that, or your uncle wouldn't do that, or your father wouldn't do that, or whoever the perpetrator is, if they know them.
Yeah.
What it's uncommon to do is, I have no investment in this person or creator, and that person would never do that. That's why I'm baffled.
Yeah.
I'm baffled.
Yeah.
And
I believe her. I believe the person who testified in court and all the other women who never got their voices heard. And like, I know they're all my age. Maybe they're alive, maybe not. I don't know. I don't need to know. But I believe their stories.
Sokka, can you send it to me separate? I keep missing whatever you're looking for. I keep scrolling through, and they literally stopped. Could you resend the one that's missing? I'm sorry. Also, if you need to take a break, or I'm sorry.
Now, I want to see these Sokka count things, because this is it. If these guys
I showed
are
it, Sokka.
The last line is that innocent people.
He said he was innocent.
Innocent people get fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like.
Right.
That's right. They didn't.
He's denying that it happened. He's denying that it happened.
I'll show it again, but I did show it. Yeah.
It's Beach. It's about Steve defending his brittle ego, but he did actually believe this guy. He chose to believe him. He chose to believe that he had an army of trolls who were trying to warn him, and then he decided to take it out on Fiona, and so did Reds. And so did Red's Rhetoric, and so did Cheshire Vic.
You know, I heard a really good quote the other day. It was Luxaria, and she was talking about something completely different. But she said, sometimes when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look like a damn parade.
Yeah, good one.
And that's how I felt about when I took off my Jimmy-colored glasses. I was like, oh shit, shit. I didn't know I knew, but I didn't know. I had, and that's he's wearing warden colored glasses, I guess.
Thank you, Sock.
Did that
It-
come up good enough? I
And
don't
like
know.
this is weird because these screenshots that Sokka is revealing today for the first time were very similar to the things he was telling people in public on Twitter and in his comments section.
Yep.
Yeah.
And making public statements. So there's just no defense for it. I mean, like calling her, it's calling what Fiona did slander, defamation of his character is just wrong. It's been incorrect the entire time.
I also
And
want
we're
to
not
say, like,
letting you
they
gaslight us
hyper
anymore.
focus on Fiona. So Fiona put the video out, and like it was like dinner bell, like like they hyper focused. This is when Ash Attack said horrible things to us. Like this is when there was just dogpiling and dogpiling and dogpiling. I mean, it was
Because
bad.
Red's knew Fiona's triggers. He knew
Yeah.
how serious this was to Fiona.
Yeah.
And that it was actually important to her. And he decided to lash out like that. And it's just fucked up and wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Reds was well aware of that trigger because 6 months prior to it,
We have a video.
No, I don't have that video. But 6
Okay.
months prior to, in fact, 8 months prior to me putting out that video, back in the January of 2019, Red's Rhetoric used that very trigger of mine to deliberately try and trigger me.
Yes, he did. I saw that.
Yeah, and he failed. He tried to use that against me to get me to get JD Kane to take down an episode of TST that was critical of Reds. He tried to do that.
They had been poking and provoking
So
Fiona
Reds-
for
yeah.
a year prior to
But
when I
Reds
came
has
in.
Reds has been using that to try and get to me for even longer than the Earl David Warden debacle has been going on.
And today,
That
Steve
was his weapon.
believes he can fool people. He's got an EKC people suck, Aaron Costello, to defend him. Steve did not engage in rape apologetics. Steve did not do that. EKC, yes, he did.
Yeah.
You should have paid attention. You should have done your homework before stepping in to defend him.
She actually claimed, Steve never claimed Earl David Warden was innocent. Yes, he bloody did. We've seen the screenshot.
Yeah, that was just on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
he even said
says
that
he's seen the court records. He said he saw it.
he
So
even
he
said that
knew.
in the stream that when I was in the stream, he said denying that something happened isn't the same as rape apologetics. It is, but
So that reminds me of the straw man. So
It
one
is.
of many attack videos Reds was making is the straw man of Fiona, and he's like, a rape apologist is somebody who defends and encourages
seen that.
rape.
I've seen that, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I haven't saved it. What do I play this? Because I was just like, but like, that's one definition of rape apology.
Yeah, but
That's
did you
not
hear
the
the other
only
definition he gave in that same stream? The other definition that Reds gave was a rape apologist is someone who denies that a rape happened. Which was exactly what Steve was doing.
Yep.
By Red's own definition, it made Steve a rape apologist. I still can't say that I know that Steve is a rape apologist, though. And the example I always give is my neighbour used to drive great big trucks, big semis. And he had it parked down the road one day and he let me drive it on our private road. So I have driven a great big semi. I've driven a great big lorry. But I am not a lorry driver. I did it once.
Yeah.
So
I don't
and
think
that
that
is
Steve wants to be a rape apologist.
I can make a better
but he
defense of
is.
Steve
He keeps
not
doing
being a
it.
rape apologist
Mhm.
than his friends have been able to make.
And now he's lying about what he did. So I mean, like he's just
He might not
rape
be a
apologist,
good rape apologist.
and he's also a liar. Yeah, I mean he's just lying.
Yeah. About rape.
Yep.
He's lying about rape.
Yep.
Like,
yes.
What?
And
like,
this is a word that we don't use.
This
We
is
all
why I
use
won't sit
euphemisms.
near him or
Sorry.
go near him. Sorry. I'm just saying this is
He's
why.
just lying about a very serious topic.
No, I mean, I'm not saying don't use the word, but what I'm saying is we've been forced into this position. I mean, by YouTube and their algorithms, if you're monetized, you can't say the R word.
Who cares?
You can't.
We can say it on this channel.
Oh,
I'm not gonna.
It'll
I'm not
also
gonna-
get you killed in the algorithm, just FYI, not just
Yeah.
monetization, but like that's
And
I think part of the
that's a
reason
sad
why my
thing.
first Steve video did not do as well as the rest of the channel, the videos on my
Yeah.
channel, because that was what I was talking about.
Nobody will see
But we
this.
can't talk about serious issues without using softer words about it.
Yeah, so like a lot of times we hide it and we're like essay or I think you say
Or-
grape like if it's
Grape
just
is clever. Yeah. But like,
Well,
I
they
can't do it.
tried to tease me about that, and it was like, well, like I'm literally like trying to like save it in the algorithm, so like whatever, like you can tease me, but like I'm not the only one who does that, so
No.
because it shows up in the transcripts and stuff. Yeah.
Even EKC people suck. She was like, an R. She's just using the word R. I have to say that really irritates me that we can't use the words. Yeah. On
The words
YouTube
that
anymore.
happen to some of us, though, the
We
words that
used to be able to use the words, but no longer. Not on this platform anyway. But yeah, I mean, and like today, he's denying it. I never did any of this stuff. Well, there it is, July 9th, 2019. To your friend's stock
black and
account.
white.
Yeah.
It was the beginning of July that he had Warden on, and I think it was about 1 week after the non-sequitur breakup. And he found somebody that he could have on his channel that had a huge subscriber base. Coincidence?
Yeah.
But I did hear that the day before he had Warden on, somebody gave him a heads up about Warden's background, and I think he thought it was irrelevant.
See, and I've seen the video, and you can see in the live chat that people are like,
yeah,
you know,
and
this
they
guy's
were
a convicted
removing.
rapist, right?
They were removing a lot of that at the time
Oh,
too.
a lot of the live chat.
So yeah, so I didn't even see some of it probably because it's been redacted, and it won't show it to me.
In one of my videos, you can see all the comments that I was leaving. Very polite, very nice. I was like, Steve, I think this guy is just trying to mislead you. Yeah. And and then I was like, my comment didn't show up. Maybe it's because I used the R word. Okay, let me try again. Yeah. And I spent like a whole bunch of time, and none of my comments went through on Steve's channel. So I don't know, but I do have them screen recorded. I was being very polite and very nice. I was just so sure that this guy is a pathological liar, and he was just really blowing smoke up Steve's butt. Yeah. And I was wrong. I think Steve really chose to listen to him. Yeah.
Maybe at that point he was just still blowing smoke up Steve's ass, but but he just chose to listen to the person with the most subscribers, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. And then when Fiona made a video, like, he just could never live that down. I mean, yeah.
I tried to give him an out in that video.
You did? Yeah. Well, you also made a very good video that was absolutely perfect, and in no way was there anything wrong with it. And they're still over there mocking you for saying the word tweet like a Scottish woman. Tweet, right? The tweets were deleted. And
that I admit I was mistaken in that.
Well, yeah.
And I did the same thing where I like thought that tweets were deleted, but they were just like private, so you can search for them. And it's like, I'm not gonna like go searching for them.
If you block somebody on Twitter after they make a comment to you, it'll be really hard to see their tweets. I don't know why that is, or what it happens, but I've seen that happen. Like, okay, I leave a comment to Steve McRae. Hey, Steve, can I send you a DM? And he says, no, you're blocked. And then the tweet will appear to be deleted to some people because they won't be able to see me. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, like on
Maybe
YouTube,
I'm wrong
like
about
you can
that. I
shadow
don't know.
ban people. I don't know about on Twitter. I
Yeah, I
know
don't know.
nothing about Twitter.
Like, no, I don't know how. I don't know what gave Fiona that impression.
I did make a mistake. I said that comments had been made in the live chat. The comments were deleted. tweets were made. The tweets got deleted, and I was saying that Steve had deleted the tweets he didn't like, and I was wrong about that.
Okay,
and I've
all right.
admitted that I was wrong about that. It was because there was tweet threads and tweet sub threads and sub threads and sub threads. I couldn't find them again because I was new to Twitter then. I'd made 50 tweets in 9 years.
Yeah.
So I was new to Twitter. So I mean, I hold my hands up, and I've said I was wrong about saying Steve deleted tweets. I've said that.
So that was like a pedantic like misspeak, but
Yes.
this is EKC or whatever people suck, right? And isn't it this video for people that find it acceptable to exploit this? Is this the one? Am I in the right spot?
I can't see the title of the video or anything. I didn't see it. I only saw a clip of it. Oh, acceptable to exploit this. I don't know.
Who may not be personally experienced in such matters. Now, I want to point out here, one part that sticks out the most, and I think that this is really, really important, is if you have entered into conversation and dialogue about the issue of SV, you may have heard the term RA. While this term hasn't yet made it into Webster's dictionary, an apologist is someone who makes a defense in speech or writing of a belief or idea. The term R apologist is used by someone to describe an individual who defends an R myth, like a victim is to blame.
She's pulling a red rhetoric.
So that is what an R apologist is. Now, if Steve were to say, well, I don't think that he was guilty because I don't think that R is really a crime, that would make him an R apologist. Or if he said, well, I don't think that he should be held responsible because what he did, okay, yeah, sure, it's a crime, but it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's just R. That would make him an R apologist. Or if he said, I don't think it can really be held against him because I think the victim kind of had it coming, that would make him an R apologist. So for you to take that term R apologist and apply it to someone for
By the way, very few people do that. Just like very few R's actually say that they R'd.
any other reason than reasons such as that kind of makes you exploiting the term. Which then brings me to the point of this that really kind of pisses me off. Now, I'm not going to name or out the other content creators.
I really
that
dislike
called
her,
me
by the way.
The term our apologies for the past few months. No, I should. I mean, I have every right to. They're not viewers or subscribers, but I don't want to give them the publicity, really. So I apologize, Joe, that
It's
you're
not.
going to be the target or take the brunt of my ire. But I mean, you did kind of ask for it. You brought it upon yourself. Oh, would that make me like an internet like calling out apologist? I mean, technically it would, right? That fits it, right? Now, Joe,
Oh, that's
if you
so
had
entertaining.
before this interview,
I
with
really
Stephen,
dislike
this
her.
Earl David guy, if before then, if you were investigating or looking into the past of people that were guests on channels, if this was like a normal thing for you, or even if you regularly did this with Steve's guests, okay, all right, or maybe if you routinely and regularly went after people who were convicted of this crime, but dared to do things, in life after paying their debt to society, then maybe I'd see your point. But I see no history of this in your past.
No, we were shocked and dumbfounded. We thought Steve was better than this. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, that idiot is
EKC people suck.
Yep.
Erin Costello. Yeah.
Yep. Now she pulled a red rhetoric. That is what red rhetoric did.
Yep.
Yeah.
There.
I saw
So
that
I'll
video.
just-
I'm
So
gonna
you
have to
have
take
to
off
be-
pretty soon.
Yeah.
We all should.
Yeah, this is much. This is heavy. I need to get a drink. Like I'm like, like it really does weigh on you. Like people act like we don't care. I can very much tell you that this whole thing took a massive toll on myself, a massive toll on Exiled, a massive toll on Fiona, like an emotional toll on us. But it was one that we felt like, well, I'm speaking for myself, and I think the others would agree that we felt like it had to be done for a moral and ethical reason. But
Yeah.
they think it's some sort of other thing, right? So, but it's exhausting to us. Like it actually isn't a whole lot of fun. So
No.
Yeah.
And the some of the stunts that they've pulled in response to this have been absolutely appalling.
Yeah.
As Churchill would say, they've been egregious.
Egregious.
Oh no, she lengthens the E in the middle. Egregious. Yeah. Seeing as she
Right.
makes fun of my accent, I can make fun of her.
Right. So let's do something fun real quick and say we have plans for the weekend. I plan on taking my dogs to the beach and get
nice.
them some runaround time. Sally Dog is quite the water dog, so I'm looking forward to that. Anybody have any plans this weekend? And we'll just kind of start on a lighter note here before we shut down.
I'm shoveling horse shit again.
Nice. I'm going to be doing a little bit of crafting. I've got some crafts that I've been putting off for a while that I want to make for Christmas presents. So I feel like I kind of have to get on them now because it's September.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, get on it for sure. All right. Well, Exxon will probably be doing a stream on Monday. That'll be on our main channel. Then, yeah. So appreciate you coming aboard. If you have any questions for us, let us know.
You're just easy to hang out with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys being open-minded and I do realize that you have a side, I guess, have a bias, but I think that I appreciate that you guys can like look past that bias, and I think if that was also coming from the other side, I feel like I could watch Steve's channel if it wasn't just him attacking people. And now it's like anytime that I see him attacking people, I'm like, are you twisting what they said? Are you, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm getting lost again in my own thoughts, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I'm going to use my concussion as it is convenient right now. So
and sometimes thinking out loud on stream can get you in trouble because you're like, I'm just processing, So yeah,
you're allowed to process things. You can change your mind tomorrow. Nobody's going to hold you to it. No, none of us. I don't think.
I feel like that's something that like for any creator who's been on the platform for like any amount of time, like they're going to change their opinions about things. Like that's kind of like what being a human is. So,
yep. Yep.
Also, I love the minnow and the tutu. I just got to say, I thought that was great.
Good.
My wife also got a kick out of it. Like, it's great.
Yeah, Mr. Serious is like, she just had that ballerina screenshot ready. And I was like, what the fuck?
I love it.
Salvation. No salvation.
No salvation. You're done. Yeah.
How dare people talk to each other and communicate in any way, shape, or form?
It's so weird to me that it was like so fast of a turnaround that it went from like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, thank you for coming on my show. Thank you for clearing this up with me. It was almost like we shook hands and parted ways.
Yeah.
Dare I say part of the problem is that Reds and Chess are the one and the same sometimes. Chess came back from wherever she was and was not pleased. So like if Chess was sitting in Manya's seat, you would have had a whole nother conversation.
And we now know it was Titan Uranus who instigated all the trouble and pointed you in all the directions,
among others,
whatever you wanted to know.
They got it completely wrong on who you'd actually spoken to. Doesn't that say something about their judgment?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. I also think it's great that they keep like trying to get me to like reveal. Oh yes, there it is. I love it.
While we were waiting for people to show up with the stream, I was playing Swan Lake and making your minnow dance to it. By the way, in the beginning of the stream, I was like, do 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 do.
I love it
because I'm an adult.
I love it. Thank you so much.
But you know what? Like, hopefully, don't get locked into this whole name because, like, that's the one thing. Like, eventually, I'm getting tired of doing this stuff. And I think Exile is too. And we're like, there's other things.
They were wrong. That's okay.
I originally was working on I was originally working on a two-headed snake thumbnail for Tuesday's stream. I think you guys can probably figure out the two heads of that snake. And now I'm just like, maybe I'll just like do like Chesh in front of like a pot, stirring the pot, because I just like, I feel like I need to do like a part 4 and then just like be done with it. And like,
it's not worth it. They're just malcontented that they chose to behave.
And I think when I respond, I'm gonna do it claws retracted, snark turn down. I can't turn it off all the way, but like try and like mute the snark a little bit. And because I just want everybody to get along. Damn it!
It's
Well,
not going to happen. It won't
that
happen.
Yeah,
It's okay. It
I
really is
used to
okay.
be that. I
It's not
used
like
to
we're
be
giant
that.
creators.
The
on
internet
YouTube.
ruined me. So I started with like, let's glue the community together, and one by one, Steve would break people.
That's I made my viewers convinced me to make a Patreon. I don't have any Patreon members yet, but that's fine. It's not. But I was like, what do I put in my bio? And my wife grabbed my tablet, was like, "Hi, I'm Red. I just like to make people get along."
Do you know,
All
I
right.
don't think I have
You're
ever
reading.
spoken to Chesh and or Manya. Ever.
That was my first time speaking to Manya, and I was like, I was a little taken aback because I just didn't know where it was all coming from. But like now that I'm like learning where kind of more of that is coming from, I guess it makes sense. But I was just like, has she been drinking like heavily? Is this like, did she watch the video? Was she drinking when she watched the video? Like,
So I agreed for Manya, and I'll just say it again. I agreed with Manya. I'd lay off on the drinking comment. So I used to point out constantly that Manya was sloshed. So she would be like sloppy drunk on that time of the month videos, and I was like, "Here's Manya sloshed again." And I have now
A lot of
and
people
and
know
I would
this.
send her drinking emojis and stuff like that. And this is when she was doing it, and like I would just like, you are a hot mess, right? But eventually she's gotten better, and she's now said that she has a problem drinking and she's trying to get better. And I said I will agree to not make fun of you. So
okay,
like,
then I retract my comment. I'm sorry. I was just like, I didn't understand where it was all coming from.
It's actually, people were just sort of getting a chuckle, and like they didn't even hate her. They were just like kind of like she was the easiest one to relate to, because it was just like, oh, Manya.
until she got more vicious, I actually kind of liked her and would chuckle at her. Yeah, like I just
Yeah.
sort of, and then when she became more
It was cute. Yeah, it was
more
cute.
Cheshire-ish, then it was more problematic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone beyond what it used to be. It's become nasty, but I've always avoided saying anything about her drinking.
Oh yeah, we're gonna end on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's
play
the condom story. Yes.
But it's told sped up, and it's really cute.
Because I have heard like through the telephone this story, and I don't like never any of it was like confirmed, but it was just like, oh my gosh, this is such a wild story.
So the condom story is actually somebody that he dated in the community that we knew named Lyrical Rhinan.
Okay.
And so it's somebody that we know, and she was a valley girl, and she was really kind of goofy and believed that like pennies were metaphysically stuck to the wall with metaphysical power and kind of just weird shit. And we're like, okay, Lyrical. And she was somebody that we would kind of tease, but she was also like very hippy dippy, like, love the one you're with. Here's my boobs. And we're like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't ask for that. And if you were a dude, we would probably be like, but because you're a girl, you're gonna pass.
Yeah.
So
But
she was.
you're about to explain this in this clip, are you not?
Yeah.
14 minutes.
So
is this the chipmunk version?
Yeah, so they dated very briefly, but he lived with her very briefly as well, because she's a SoCal girl like I am. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and play this as our out, because it's just silly and funny.
The thing
It's
to
also
remember
pathetically
is that
sad.
the thing to remember is that Steve told this story to his friends to
To a group of guys.
disparage the woman, and it ended up,
Okay.
The way I heard it was kind of disparaging to him.
Right.
It is.
That's how it turned out.
It is. So like we were like, who does that? Yeah.
But I need a bedtime story. I have a request. Okay. Can you tell the condom story? Oh, please listen. My audience has never heard the cleaning up condoms story.
I'll do a build up to the condom story while we're waiting.
Okay.
So there's this person named Lyrical Orion, and Lyrical is spiritual but not like religious, ex-Mormon. And in the community, she was ex-Mormon and Steve's ex-Mormon, and they bonded on this, I guess. I don't know. And they lived close to each other. And you'll notice that I have the California crack roll. Hey man, what's up? She has an upswing, and she talks like this. and she's sort of got that Valley Girl thing going on. And anyway,
Well, hold on real quick. Lauren says you can deny it happened if you're Steve, Ethan. I didn't want to forget. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's true.
That is
But
true.
she had this habit of really making dumb arguments, or just kind of ditzy. She has a book out on Amazon, and that's always great.
Really?
Yeah. And anyway, Steve was like, I like this woman, and they were hooked up, and in a hangout where there's a big argument, and that hangout's pulled down since, but in a hangout, she was drunk like Manya got.
No.
And she
Damn. Sorry.
And I don't know about you, but if I'm with someone that I care about, and they're that like drunk, and I know that they're gonna step and say things that they're not supposed to say, I kind of try to reel them back and protect them. Yeah. It was really interesting to watch, knowing that Steve was with her, and this is pretty early on, and watching her make a fool of herself. And
I'm sorry, I got out. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
And what was weird is she never interceded to pull her back and be like, no, let's not do that. Let's do something else or anything. Just kept letting her just sink deeper and deeper and deeper. And I always thought that was the weirdest thing, because I was trying to get her to stop. I was trying to be like, stop giving too much information. Stop, don't go in this direction.
Yeah.
I was trying to give her so many outs, and I was watching her just dig deeper and deeper and deeper. And the weirdest thing was, it's like Steve just let her get finally, clobbered by people that had enough of her. And it was just the weirdest thing, because it showed me something about his character early on, where I was like, that's weird. And I'm not saying defend people's honor in a way, but you know what I'm saying about trying to protect people that you love from shame and embarrassment, when you know they're in a weak state. So if you know somebody is that drunk, you kind of pull them back.
Right. Protect them a little bit. Yeah. Help them out.
And it was one of those weirdest things that I was just like, that's strange. But I don't have that clip, but I have a clip of just kind of the kind of arguments that she makes, and it was interesting to see Steve.
It's his roommate, right?
Okay. He hooked up with her, and then they became roommates, and then they broke up, and they remained roommates, and that's when the condom story happened.
And I'm just gonna play it, and then I'll let you guys know when it's done, right? So here we go.
That works.
You are never going to have a problem with following science and feeling that it's God. Okay, so science uses models to help us make sense of the world around us.
This
and
is this
religion uses
context.
models as well to help us make sense of the universe around us. They're all basically pointing to the same thing.
This is a typical lyrical right here.
The more mysterious your God is, the more it's going to make sense that science. Okay. The breakthrough was really this: was that science and religion at one point were striving for the same goal. Now the problem is that when I say this to people now, because I actually did ask.
Okay, why are we watching this again? Because she's just going off on science and religion and science and religion. I'm just asking. I don't mind watching it, but
because I think Steve's a skeptic, and he hooked up with this woman, and I think it's fascinating.
Okay, hold on. Let me listen a little more.
About this topic, I said, I want to make this video. What do you think about science and religion being one thing, the same search for truth? And they were just no way. That's not the way that it is. And they gave an example of a person trying to find a destination. And one person uses science and astronomy, and the other person uses religion and God. And it was an argument, in my opinion, of naivety, because it's not looking at really the way that science and religion are now.
She's not saying anything. Say something, lady.
Certain religions and dogmas give to their gods.
Say something, lady. Say it.
I cannot.
Tell me what you're saying.
You know, Rock's killing me right now. I'm sorry.
Just because I cannot blend with science.
Yes.
And then we get people who say, well, God is the mystery. God is the and in that way, then okay, then why have God? Why not just say that science is because
she can't make a point to save her fucking life. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Spackle.
This isn't even the worst stream. There's another one where she uses metaphysics to make a penny stick to the wall.
Yeah. I gotta see this shit. We'll have to watch it sometime.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is that they hooked up, and we were like, this is a weird combo. Yeah. and then we were like, okay. And then there was that shaming incident I told you about, and I was like, whoa, you need to reel her back, And then they hooked up, and they were saying, and then he would brag about her
playing fan art in the background,
because I don't think that's really kind. But I will say this, which is a little bit unkind for her, but yeah. So she's a hippy dippy kind of person, and love the one you're with kind of person. But when they broke up, he was still roommates living with her.
They dated?
Mm-hmm.
She dated Steb?
Yep.
Oh my god! Hold on, I gotta listen to her talk for
Steb.
one more second.
I love that you guys all call him Steb.
Guys, we found Steb's ex-girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about? We can easily condemn certain. I almost wanted to say that all three of them are sort of in the same category.
Let's meet her. Let's meet his ex.
Is she one of the ones he's still friends with?
I'm stalking him right now. He's gonna say I'm stalking him. So good. Unirock stalked me, and he's trying to find my ex-girlfriend. That's what he's gonna say.
Well, she's part of our community before Steve was. So
okay. Yeah. So basically, I'm just getting to know more people from the GDC. Great.
Yep. I have some notes right here. This is lyrical. I was thinking about.
teaser on GDC stream on your channel, Ethan.
Idea for
That would be fun.
came to me.
I don't hate Lyrical until she says things about people she's not supposed to. Like private things publicly, things like that. Like I'm like, ah.
Spackle, I gotta ask you a question.
Hmm?
It's a personal question.
Okay.
Did she bang Steve?
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Oh my God, she's magic. Okay, I don't know how you're still alive, lady, but
But it gets
Much
worse.
olive oil.
So they break
She is
up,
magic.
and she's somebody that has kind of a liberal lifestyle, and that's cool. But like whatever. They break up, and I guess she's untidy, and he tells a story of how he had to clean up all the condoms left in her room.
oh my God, that's her? She's the cleaning condom lady? How many people does she bang to have that many? I have to ask her. I want her on the show. I want to know. I need to know how many people you bang to have that many condoms laying outside.
And it never occurred to Steve to not tell that story to a group of people. Like, what?
What is wrong with him? What is wrong? You don't clean up condoms, and if you do, you don't tell the internet. Damn it! Okay, so
other dudes.
So what's the deal? How did Steve end up cleaning up her condoms? Okay, like I gotta know.
All right.
Now.
The theory is that because he lived with her, they had an arrangement that he had to clean the house because Lord knows he can't pay rent, right? He doesn't make a lot of money. So the theory is, and only Lyrical could confirm, the theory is that he had to clean the house. And then when he was talking about it, like he mentions about all the condoms he had to clean up from her. And a part of me was in doubt because
she doesn't look like a slut. She doesn't.
Oh my God.
Come on, Uni.
I'm conservative, so you gotta reel me in.
I don't care.
Oh, bad, Uni. But go on.
That she's sleeping with a bunch of people. Or that she's slinging condoms everywhere.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
But I'm curious about the number is what I'm wondering here. Like, how many are we talking? Like, are we talking like how many is he picking up daily?
I think the number is irrelevant. I think what's relevant is that he's picking up other dudes' condoms.
Now, hold on. No. The number's definitely irrelevant in this situation. They are extremely fucking relevant here.
Well, how long have they been sitting there?
We need to dial it back. Okay.
I mean, if it's more than two,
we need to dial it back. We need to dial
She
it back.
provided him gloves, or did Steve have to buy his own?
I don't think he used them. Did he say? He did say he used gloves. He did say.
He did not, and
He's
too cheap to buy anything like that.
Oh dear.
Well, I'm just thinking, like,
I hope
obviously
he had
he's not
gloves.
there, like, right after coitus picking up the condom, right? So they're not, like, it's not, like, fresh. It's been sitting there. Like, it's gotta be next day at least, right?
Maybe she had a little bell at her bedside and she could ring the bell.
Wait a minute. How do we know he wasn't sitting in the corner watching?
We're done. Come take it.
Maybe he is what's the word? Can I say the word?
Lawyer?
Oh, God.
It starts with a C. I don't know if it's a banned word.
Well,
But-
and what
Did you
is
say
an insult?
lawyer?
If it's an
Wait.
insult, it's fine.
It's an insult, but I don't know if it's like a cuck. A cuck.
Oh, you can say
basically.
cuck.
Somebody-
Yeah, Steve is a cuck. I say it all the time. I say cuck, cuckity cuck.
I
Steve is a
still
cuck.
think that
So between that theory, between looking at Lyrical and going, she's like kind of hippy dippy, kind of like I don't know if she's polyamorous or what, but kind of hippy dippy, and looking at that, and then knowing like about Sweet Heathen, how Sweet Heathen says I'm polyamorous, and then he's like, well, hey, sweet, winky winky, but then he says he's monogamous. There is a theory that maybe he's
Oh my
somebody
God,
likes to
dude.
watch.
Oh my God, Di just busted Steve. Oh my God, Di, you just busted Steve. Listen to this. Hold on, I got to. Okay, here's a news report from Los Angeles Times, September 25th, 2020.
Oh my God.
It says Vietnamese police say that they will investigate a factory that was found recycling about 320,000 used condoms for resale. Okay, this is a real story. I got it on my screen. So listen to this. This is crazy.
real
Following a
story?
tip from a local resident, inspectors raided a factory near Ho Chi Minh City where they found used condoms being repacked for sale. Okay, now listen to this. This is the surprising part. According to the market inspector, the owner of the factory confessed that the used condoms had been bought from a man in the province. I think we know what Steve did with those condoms. Good catch, Di. Good catch.
I mean,
The condoms were
Oh.
washed and
my
repacked.
God.
He probably made more
Watch
money
and
sending them
repack.
condoms overseas than what he does on fucking YouTube.
Now wait, how? Okay, this is really bothering me because, like I have this weird picture in my head just because of the way she's sitting. That like she would be sitting here telling this story, and the window's right next to her, right? And she would just be like, "Oh, hold on a second," and she'd grab a condom from between her legs and just fling it out the window, like every 10 minutes while she's
Out the
streaming or
window.
whatever. She's flinging condoms, and Steve's out there with a little bag, like, "Woo, hold on, I missed it." Okay, how in the fuck did he have to clean up condoms and then wind up telling YouTube? He's crazy. What the fuck, Stab? You're a locale.
We didn't tell YouTube. He told.
He told her.
He told a group of
that's
people about it.
horrible.
And I
Oh,
don't
they
know.
ratted him out? Oh, that's even better. That's even better. Holy shit, that's even better.
But here's the other thing too. Like it's one of those things where she's sort of a hippy dippy, and then he kind of
Oh, yeah.
goes like, I can only be with one person at a time kind of guy, and I don't know why he's picking up people that are like trying to love the one you're with, while he's saying, I'm a one person at a time kind of person. It
I
doesn't
think
make
the truth of the matter is he didn't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's more of a love the one you can get.
Yes, not love the one you want, love the one that will settle for you if you like them enough. But okay, so he hooked up with her. He, according to him, got mad and I don't believe it. She broke up with him. There's no way that he broke up with her. It's just impossible.
She broke with him. She broke with him.
Okay, yeah, she broke up with him. Yeah, and then he wanted to stick around. And did she eventually have to kick him out, or what happened there? Like,
we don't know how he was removed, like a parasite, but
Removed.
eventually eventually he had to move.
They was scooting around on the floor. That's how they got it out.
And then I believe right after Lyrical, he has a crazy roommate. And if you look up Twitter, he rants.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's not Twitter. You look up YouTube. There's a rant about his crazy roommate where he says his roommate's psycho, and that's after her.
Di says the best laugh is that none of the condoms were used by Steve. Oh, it's so true.
Yeah. Well, and the other weird thing is too, there are two people. There are two people that have gone live and yelled and screamed about labia shaming. One
labia
of them,
shaming, really?
Right. One of them is Lyrical defending the roast beef. She actually made a video and she had to pull it down eventually, but she made this.
So Lyrical did make a video about labia, and we just thought it was weird. And she's like, stop labia shaming. And then also, yeah, so that.
I mean, yeah, stop labia shaming, but like, this is still a weird thing to make a video about.
Right.
Big yelling.
She called it the roast beef.
It's because when she shared pictures to somebody, they said that she had meat curtains, and then like it was pretty rough. Yeah, so it was yeah.
Oh,
so
she
she made a video.
Yeah. She was just who she was, like Steve and her.
She's not a horrible person. She's just it was just the weirdest combo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beef. Like
oh, God.
She was saying, how dare you labia shame kind of thing, and women.
How dare you labia shame my roast beef? Holy shit, dude!
It was just weird. It was really akin to like if some guy went live to talk about my baby carrot. It was just odd.
My micropene.
Right. And similarly, Steve has somebody, the bad Nikki. There's the good Nikki and the bad Nikki. Well, bad Nikki hangs out with Steve, and bad Nikki's the one that said I want to give Steve a 3-hour blowjob while he plays a video game. That one, the one that used to be part of Chester's show.
Oh my God! When I would watch the stuff, that made me so uncomfortable.
So Nikki has this rando tweet where she tweets a sandwich and she talks about labia and how she's proud of her labia. And I'm like, there are two people that I know that have gone live about their unusual labia, and both of them hang out with Steve and have been interested in Steve.
Oh my God! So wait! Oh my God! Hold on. So the girl who
I know it's a low blow. It's a low blow.
Was the one that Steve hooked up with, right? Steve. Okay. I'm not being mean. She said it. She called it roast beef. Yeah. Sorry.
There's two people. There's one person who made a video defending her labia, and that's Lyrical. And there's another person that made a tweet with a picture of a sandwich. And I was just saying, both of those people have been interested in Steve in that way. And I just thought it was a really odd comparison. I haven't seen anybody else.
Listen, I gotta go to bed, so I'm gonna leave you with this. The great Artie Lang once said,
Ethan.
large labia are like a welcoming party for your cock. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Good night. That's true. That is true. It's like a roast beef welcoming party, according to this woman. Look, I'm not putting her down. I like her. What's her name again? Lyrical. Yes, I like Lyrical. I don't know.
Lyrical has a book. She has a book.
I want to read that shit. I'm going to do a Lyrical book review. I'm going to do Steve McRae's ex-girlfriend cleaning up condoms book review. It's going to be my title. He hates us so much. He hates us today.
Honestly, if I told that story to somebody and it got out, I'd call them all trolls and liars for the rest of my life and deny
I would
everything
quit.
about it. I think
quit
that's
the fucking internet.
the root cause here.
Yes, I would quit the fucking internet in 14 seconds if that happened to me. I'm not even playing. So I'm
Change
just
my
saying.
name. I'd hide. I'd move to Mexico.
Yep.
My teeth with a 12 gauge. You can bunk up with God.
Yep.
So now you know some of the weirder stories on the internet, and I'm glad I'm going to bed.
What is this? Honey, I cleaned up the Steve McRae and Honey, I cleaned up
they
the
made
condoms.
memes right away. Right away, memes
Puck,
happened.
Drop that, Puck. Put the condom down, Puck. Oh my God. Look, it's the scene where he's floating in the air, spinning around and shit, grabbing the grass.
I love these old graphics too from
Is this the same meme? Oh, it's the exact same
the
meme. Okay.
old memes, I guess.
Oh my God, you guys, freaking killing me here, dude.
Yeah, I got 4 stabs. What is it?
Oh my God!
What's the name on it?
Memes. Hold on, I'm looking at these memes real quick.
I need to say, Unirock's followers are really
Oh
quick
my
with the
fucking God,
memes.
bro.
Really quick with them.
There you go.
This is fast, yeah.
What is that? What does that mean? In a Zoom call, he learns the truth. I thought all those condoms I picked up were mine. Oh my God. Sitting in the corner was not worth placing on my wall. Here, hold on. I gotta do this. I gotta fix this. There we go. Fix that messed up green screen spot. There, yeah, that works.
All right.
Oh, that was good.
Okay. I've
All
tortured
right.
you.
And on that note, thank you
Also,
guys.
also, all labia is beautiful. I agree, but like at the same time, there's like the ideal, and there's not the ideal, and it's just odd to me when you're like, oh, I'm gonna just pronounce like and talk about my aunt. It's like baby carrots. It's the same thing to me. Like I'm gonna talk about my baby carrot. Well, it's not preferred to have a baby carrot. You can still do a lot with a baby carrot, but it's not preferred, right? So it's just odd.
Maybe I like a baby carrot. What?
Maybe.
Like,
You know, I had a friend who said the best sex she ever had was with
Yep.
a guy with a baby carrot. So, you know.
Yep. It's how you use it, folks.
Yep,
Not
it is.
Yeah.
If you're not a dancer, you better be a damn good mechanic. Yep.
Anyway.
Anyway, I am so sorry, Minnow. I'm not always like this.
You're fine. You're fine. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you for having me on.
Night, you guys.
All right.
Oh,
Peas and marinara, as Jenny says. Have a good night. Bye.